This sitting is resumed. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Prime Minister made a presentation this morning in which, in more than one instance, she attested that the document, that is the charter on the resolution being debated before us now, is not a legal document and never will be. That was repeated. It is not a legal document and never will be. If this is not a legal document, I wonder why the attributing to it of so much prominence in the scheme of things. I have to say I don't accept that attestation that this document is not a legal or will never be a legal document. If we're faithful to history and practice, the preamble to this charter before us will probably be the preamble to a new constitution in the Republic of Barbados. Not only the preamble will be the preamble of a new constitution, as it is in many instances relative to many other constitutions around the world and in our region. But the contents, beyond the preamble, the essence, the contents of this proposed charter will very much constitute the premise upon which the new Constitution of Barbados will be formulated. If it is not a legal document, if the preamble will not be attaching to the Constitution, the new Constitution, and if the contents of this proposed charter will not form the foundational premise, bedrock upon which the new Constitution will be formulated, then this is an exercise of a waste in time. The document appears a waste on wasted paper. And the consultation engaged in across Barbados over the last month, as has been said, becomes an exercise no more than a sham. If this preamble is not intended to be attached to a new constitution, if the contents of the charter are not intended to form the foundational context out of which the new constitution springs, then this exercise today is no more than wasted time. The exercise of consultation over Barbados, no more than an exercise in sham. And the document no more than words wasted on paper. If you buy that this charter will not have any legal life, if you buy the view that this charter will not in any way significantly influence the new constitution to be derived and formulated, then perhaps free education in Barbados has been wasted on you. And I say that without apology. Many of these charters, Mr. Speaker, either attach as preambles, many of these preambles either attach to constitutions in neighboring countries and further beyond, or they constitute what is significantly underscored as the fundamental rights afforded to citizens under a given constitution. So I do not buy the view that this is just a pledge which we share as a people, not binding, ideals to which we aspire that will not be made anyway to have any legal life in some form and will not be given constitutional enshrinement. I don't buy that. And Mr. Speaker, I have to question again the timing of the passing of this charter, if it is to be passed in this Parliament. If you can argue strenuously that a new constitution can be formulated after, in fact, the 30th of November when we go republic, we have to ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
Honourable Christchurch West.
Yes, the honourable member is clearly misleading the House. Because, as far as I'm aware, something becomes a law when a law is passed. This is a resolution, and I cannot imagine how it would have the force of law. So if the honourable member has some other understanding, maybe he should let us know. Otherwise, he's clearly misleading the House.
Continue, Honourable Member.
Sir, if I'm misleading the House, then the Prime Minister misled us and misled the House, because she repeatedly said and made reference to the fact that this matter before us, this charter, will not have legal life, will not be a part of the law of Barbados. I am simply saying I don't buy that, and that if it is passed, I was very clear to say that, it will find itself expressed in preamble attaching to the Constitution, and it will find itself expressed substantially so in the tenets and stipulations of the new Republic Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, again, the Prime Minister of this great nation made it very, very, very and pellucidly clear this charter is not a preamble to the Constitution. And for the honourable member to get up and put in the record that it is, or that it will find its way to, it's clearly misleading, and clearly is misleading the House. I would ask that he retract those words when he clearly heard the honourable member say so.
But, Honourable Member, while I appreciate what you have said, that is his opinion that he's formulating. Not that it is a correct formulation, but that is the opinion expressed by the Honourable Member. And he can express an opinion, be it right or be it incorrect. Continue, Honourable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and he can express that opinion repeatedly, and I thank you for so guiding the honourable member. I say again, I do not buy the view that this will not in any way find itself in law in Barbados or in the Constitution in Barbados. I don't buy that. If you buy that, then free education in Barbados has been wasted on you, even if you were a Barbados scholar or an exhibition winner. I ain't getting personal, I'm simply saying, anyhow. Mr. Speaker, are we still operating under the view of the television cameras? Is this still going live on television?
I don't think so. I don't think so, Honourable Member.
But I must therefore ask, Mr. Speaker, why is it that the Prime Minister will be allowed to go live on CBC and I not, if that was the case? Because that was my understanding.
For clarification, Honourable Member, there was a request made, but subsequent to that request, a decision was made by with the Honourable Leader of the Government Business in relation to having the debate aired at a later date. Honourable Member.
Just want to be clear, did not go live. Am I to be made to understand that CBC recorded it for later?
That is what we've done. That is what we've
done. And are
done.
we therefore being recorded now?
Yes, you would be.
I only
yes.
ask that, Mr. Speaker, because the honourable gentleman is interrupting me all the time.
So it would be aired whether he interrupts you or not, Honourable Member. So fear not, Honourable Member.
But Mr. Speaker, my understanding of the rules.
But you're not construed by a time limit, Honourable Member.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Speaker. My understanding of the rules is where CBC or any television entity is given the permission to carry statements from the Prime Minister in a debate like this, then the opposition has equal time on TV and no more. I can talk till the cows come home, but at a certain point in time, the TV coverage is cut. That's correct.
If there's a time constraint in relation to that, I will ensure that you're not prejudiced in any way, Honourable
And I'm
Member.
sure you will, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just trying to remind you.
I will ensure that there's equality in this chamber.
And I know I have no need so to do, but I'm just reminding you of your duty in these matters, Mr. Speaker. Now, we are being made to understand that the Constitution, new Constitution for Republic Barbados can wait for formulation after the fact of going republic, but we have to address the matter of a charter prior to that. Now, the constitutions are absolutely important. If we are to be accepting of everything said here today, this charter does not bear anything near that type of importance. Yeah, we have to rush to it and bring it. I believe, Mr. Speaker, there has been insufficient debate of the matter. I disagree with the Prime Minister that it was widely consulted on. There may have been some groups who made submissions or gave an opinion on certain matters, but with respect to this thing being of interest to the general public widely so, I don't see that. I'm made to understand that only just over 3,000 people followed this over a month. Over a month, Mr. Speaker. 3,000 Barbadians showed an interest and followed this to any extent on the various media platforms. Whereas there are other events taking place around us and other news information programs which had up to as many as 14 and 20,000 people following and showing interest in a few days. This one was over a month and only 3,000 people. It is a large measure of ignorance as to what is entailed in this charter. I heard a prominent voice coming out of a highly academic context saying in clear terms, I am not sure what is in the charter. And that is just a couple of days, Mr. Speaker, a couple of days ago. So there's a lot of ignorance out there as to what is in this charter. And if you have as widely consulted as you say that you have, and you've had all kinds of submissions from all kinds of people, how is that represented in any changes that we see reflected in this, the final document? When you compare this document to documents initially published, used as a basis for consultation, you compare them to this, where is a significant change resulting from those consultations, from that process? In other words, you engage in an exercise of talking to people, appearing to be listening to people, but what they say does not in any way register significantly in this document. So what kind of a consultative process is that? I suggest, Mr. Speaker, such town hall meetings as there were constituted exercises in public relations that did not bear any meaningful fruit in terms of advancing people's enlightenment as to what is captured in the document. Now, I have to speak specifically to a couple of points. The whole issue of equality on the basis of humanity in the eyes of the Creator. Equality which we share on the basis of our humanity which is common in the eyes of the Creator. Now, very clearly to my mind, Mr. Speaker, this celebrates our equality, a good thing. It celebrates our humanity, a good thing. It does not give any primacy of place to that Creator who is mentioned. No primacy of place. That provision in this charter is about humanity. It is about equality. It is not about the Creator who is mentioned. Now, I have serious issues with that. When you phrase your language like this, when the tenet that you espouse amounts only to this, it becomes very humanist, Mr. Speaker. It is bereft of any sense of God that is meaningful. A word is used, Creator. A word is mentioned, Creator. But what does that imply? What attributes do we associate with that creator? What are we saying of a Barbadian people? Who are we in the eyes of that creator? We're saying we're equal. We're saying we share common humanity, and that should be respected. But all we say of him who created us in the first place is that he is the creator. There is no expression of a sense of duty. There's no expression of a sense of devotion. There's no expression of a sense of dependence upon he who is supreme and sovereign. And therefore, this phrasing is very diluted. It is very watered down. It departs significantly and tragically so from that which appeared in the charter attaching to the 1966 Constitution. It is humanist. It represents a mindset in this world today that is prominent. It represents a value that we are importing from abroad, and it is a departure from that to which we have always premised, upon which we have always premised our lives. It gives no primacy to God. This charter needs, in my humble view, very clearly to express that we who share, in my view, these bindings, this binding sense of values, recognize that we share these values commonly under the eyes of him who is supreme and sovereign to all of us. For me, he is called God, a part of the Christian religion in Barbados. All of the major religions in Barbados, notwithstanding what anybody else will argue, all of the major religions in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, acknowledge a God, a supreme being, a sovereign being, to whom devotion is due, to whom duty is served, and who gives us a sense of discipline and value. Don't come and try to play one of us off against the other by saying that Barbados is not a Christian state or a Christian society. Don't come with this watered down garbage that we are not a theocratic society. Hello, it is garbage. All of the major religions in Barbados subscribe to the view that there is a supreme and sovereign being. Whatever they call him, they may call him God, they may call him Jehovah, they may call him Allah. Hello, whatever they call him, Mr. Speaker, he is for them supreme and sovereign and worthy and deserving of their devotion and sense of duty. And to him, they acknowledge their dependence. Don't come with this imported folly. Sovereignty must be maintained. Sense of sovereignty of the supreme being, a sense of supremacy of the sovereign being. We can't come with this kind of humanist philosophy, this humanist mindset, and try to mama guide people and pull the wool over people's eyes. This is not who we are. This is not who we are. I want to make a reference to this Barbados Constitution, the existing one, if I can find it. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, when the Fourth Commission did the Constitutional Review 1997, 1998, there were those who wanted to have excluded from the Constitution and its preamble any reference to a God who was sovereign. But ultimately, what was recommended as a very important and significant part of that preamble, that charter, which is part of that Constitution, Independence Constitution, into which we have been born and under which we have been raised. We reaffirm that the sovereignty of the people and the nation of Barbados is founded upon principles that acknowledge the dignity and the worth of the human person. That is very much in keeping with the language here. The fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual, that is decently captured in this charter. The central role of family in a free society, and the supremacy of God. Those who reviewed our constitutional stipulates back then insisted that in this charter, in that preamble, should be retained reference to the sovereignty and supremacy of God. Suddenly in Barbados, you mean we have become so enlightened, so educated, so informed, so liberal, so humanist that God has no place, and that we must find ourselves retreating in the face of those who lead the charge, that we must be rid of the monarchy and be rid of Massa and be rid of God. Mr. Speaker, that's where we have come to after we've invested all of this in education and built the society that we have today. I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, some statistics very quickly, because there's some who will get out there and try to tell people that Barbados is not a Christian society and Barbados is not theocratic. We are not a theocratic society, but we're certainly a Christian society, and we're not exclusively Christian. Now, I don't promote that we relegate others to the dustbin of rejection and marginalization and ignorance. No, sir, I don't say that. They're very much part of Barbados community, and their religion is viable and vital to them, and they should be allowed the freedom to practice and propagate that. But I want to make some statistical references here to this matter, Mr. Speaker. And I refer to the 2010 census. I think this is the latest one.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable Prime Minister.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition is seeking to mislead the House by referring to the fact that this government is trying to move away from the supremacy of God. There can be nothing further from the truth. I stated earlier that this document was crafted by persons, including one who was co-chair, who is a member and a distinguished and respected member of the Anglican Church in this country. I referred to Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers. I referred also to the fact that his comments with respect to the use of the word creator was not intended to be disrespectful. In fact, it was intended to respect the fact that we give credit to a creator who is above all of us. The fact that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition wants to ascribe to me improper conduct by suggesting that even though I say that this is not a legal document, that it will find itself in the presence and included in the highest legal document, the Constitution, is an offense to my integrity that I really, really, really find it hard to accept and want you to repudiate, because we have maintained that this is, one, not the preamble to the Constitution, two, this is not a legal document that creates justiciable rights, and three, if it is the will of the Leader of the Opposition to change the language from creator, tell us what he wants. Because this is not intended to be divisive. But what will not go into the records and stay into the records of the public of this country is that this government is trying to deny anybody in this country their right to determine who is their God. And furthermore, that we are seeking to recreate a preamble to a constitution. This is not the Constitution. And therefore, even the reference to the Constitutional Reform Commission ignores the fact that whenever a constitution is written, it will be written in a manner that is consistent with the persons who want to draft it. But in all that we do, and in my speech today, as well as in every almost other public occasion when I have spoken to the country, I give credit to God, as do most of us. But we also accept that we are not a theocracy, and that the state church was disestablished in 1969 when I was 4 years old by the then Prime Minister. And in those circumstances, therefore, sir, to try to send an impression that does not exist is wrong, and it can only be buttressed by fact. And if the honourable member does not want to use the facts to buttress his statement, then I suggest that he withdraw it, because it is not, and this is not an opinion, this is the fact that this government is not seeking to denigrate, to reduce, or in any way to disparage that whom all of us view as sovereign and supreme.
I repeat, Mr. Speaker, it is my view that what we discuss here today, if it does not find itself attaching to the new constitution, if it does not find itself as the basis of the new constitution to be formulated in Barbados, then this exercise is a waste of time. And I'm entitled to that view, but that is not an attack on anybody's integrity. I'm entitled to my view. I say I reject any assertion that this will not in any way be represented in the Constitution. But I reject that. That is my view. I believe it will. I believe that is the path that we are on. I also believe that the use of the language here with reference to a creator in whose eyes we have a sense of equality and share common humanity is weak and watered down from what Barbados has long upheld as one of its principal values, and that is the acknowledgement of a supreme and sovereign God. If you're not trying to remove that, dilute that, destroy that, change the language. Change the language. If you're not prepared to change the language, then you should keep silent and let other people have their opinion on the matter expressed. We are not a theocratic society, Mr. Speaker. We have never been. We have never been. But we are a Christian society. And I do not advocate, and I do not know of anybody with whom I'm associated formally or otherwise who advocates that we marginalize and exclude other faith communities in Barbados. I'm one for embracing them. I come out of a constituency of St. Michael West with a couple of the larger Islamic faith communities in Barbados. I support them and their right to express themselves and their faith freely. I applaud the role that they've had in the development of the Barbados economy. I'm not about excluding and marginalizing. I'm simply saying these faith groups to which we point embrace the notion of a supreme being, a sovereign God, and there is no need for fear of disrespecting them to dilute that language simply to have what we have here. Because what we have here does not in any way celebrate God or the Creator that is mentioned. It celebrates our equality and it celebrates our humanity. And I'm entitled to that opinion. And I have a feeling that there's some out there who share that view. Now, those who walk around and talk about we're not a theocracy and all of that, I would advise the government to that effect. Yes, we're not a theocracy, but are we a Christian society? Are we? Not all of us behave in ways that would be considered Christians 100% of the time, including I myself, because none of us is perfect, none but God. So we fall short in many ways and in many instances. But Mr. Speaker, if you make reference to the 2010 census, which is the last one to which we have to make reference, and you look at the denominational makeup of Barbados, you talk about disestablishment of the Anglican Church in colonialist times in 1969, just after independence. That is one thing. That is one thing. There's not about the disestablishment of the Anglican Church. There's not the marginalization of any other group. This is about establishment of a long-held value that we live in this country under the sovereignty of God or a supreme being, a sovereign, who is creator, yes, but he's much more than that. He didn't make us and leave us to go off and do as we wish. We derive out of him a sense of value, a sense of purpose, a sense of duty, and a sense of devotion. And these things are important, and Barbados cannot be made to believe to any extent that it is our intention to depart from that. Mr. Speaker, in 2010, according to the official census, the Anglican community in Barbados was 23.9%. 23.9%. Out of 209,000 or so persons in the population who responded, 23.9%, 66,000 Anglicans. The Pentecostal, which is a growing denominational group in Barbados today, were 19.5, just about 20%. The Seventh-day Adventists, about 6%, and they're represented in this House today, Mr. Speaker. Methodist 4.2%, Catholic 3.8%, Wesleyans 3.4%, Nazarenes 3.2%, Church of God 2.4%, etc., etc., etc. Other religions, Mr. Speaker, we can go at that, but there are very minor 0.5%, 1%, and numbers like that. This is not to say they're not important. They're important, they're very present, and they play an active role in Barbadian life. But largely, Barbados has been a Christian society, Mr. Speaker. Out of 209,000 persons, 75.6%, or out of 277,000 persons, 75.6%, or 209,000 persons admitted to being adherents to the Christian faith or believers in that supreme and sovereign God. 75.6%, Mr. Speaker. 20% admitted or confessed of no religion, but 76% as Christians. Barbados is a Christian country. The concept of God is not foreign to us. You can't water it down or dilute it under the guise of trying not to suggest you are excluding others, because you can have it and still include and embrace others because they believe in the concept and construct of a sovereign and supreme being as well. So we need to move beyond this. In this charter, we need to move beyond celebrating our equality and our humanity, and also give primacy to the God who is sovereign. It is He who hath made us, and not we ourselves. Now, I've heard being propagated that this concept of God comes with the colonial cloak under which we lived. The colonial cloak under which we lived for a few hundred years. And the concept of God comes with a colonialist church, colonial religious institutions. The concept of God. I didn't say you said that. I didn't say you said that. Some joker out there whose name I will not call propagates this foolishness that the concept of God comes with the colonial institutions under which we live, and that the Bible is the product of a colonialist mindset and colonialist institutions. Hello, I would have you to know, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you already know, that the concept of God and the construct that we call the church and the construct that we call the Word of God all predate colonialism. He would have to be totally uninformed who comes to the view that this is a product of our colonial experience. And these are people who have gone to universities whose education we have paid for. And you know, they express support of this government's policies, but they do this government a disservice when they make outrageous statements like that. That is totally ridiculous, but not for the first time. That mouth speaks without reference to fact, or sometimes seemingly without reference to learning, even though they are qualified. Mr. Speaker, I'm simply saying we cannot throw out God. We cannot throw out God with the monarch. I don't believe we're throwing out the monarch, and it should not be expressed in those terms. But just in case we understand that language better, we cannot throw out God just because we're throwing out the monarch. And there are those who would advocate we need neither monarch, we certainly don't need Massa, and we don't need God. I cannot imagine. Though they are entitled to that opinion because of the freedoms we enshrine in our Constitution and allow to them, I cannot imagine that they would come to such a tragic position as to hold a view that we, in throwing out the monarch, must also throw out God. Mr. Speaker, we do every Tuesday, and we did at the start of this session this morning, acknowledge God as we bow in prayer. That is an act of devotion that signifies our dependence upon him for even guidance on our thoughts in here. And I felt the prayer this morning was so appropriate. We get counsel of God. Yes, we learn in this world and are enlightened, and we are enlightened by the institutions of this world. And this government pays a heavy price to ensure that we are so enlightened. But at the end of the day, no matter how prominent we become in this society, we may move to the top of the class. We can become the Attorney General, honorably so, or the Prime Minister, honorably so, or the President-elect of Barbados. But at the end of the day, we acknowledge God. We acknowledge our dependence on He who is supreme. And we give devotion to Him. And we come here every Tuesday, faithfully so. And we bow in devotion and prayer. We acknowledge that God in our national anthem. Am I to be led to believe from the language of this charter that we will address that line with reforms that says, the Lord has been the people's guide. Are we going to remove that too because we are of the view that we are excluding others? Is this what we are saying?
No.
I'm sure we are not saying that.
Exactly.
And if we're not saying it there, we need to make sure the language here is correct so that we don't give people the opinion that we are saying it here. Because I tell you, if you trifle with the national anthem with respect to that line, you're going to have some problems in Barbados. I believe that. I humbly say that. You can take that for what it's worth. Sorry? It's a red herring. There's a red herring. This party seems to believe in red herrings. What red herring? I'm saying if your explanation for watering down the language in the charter, where you take out the sovereignty and supremacy of God, that the Fourth Commission insisted ought to be there. If you do that because you believe your language here now is more inclusive, I have to think that.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I just on a point of elucidation, sir. Because, the Bishop is smiling, so he knows exactly where I'm going. The bottom line is that there was no previous charter in modern independent Barbados. There is none. N-O-N-E. None. Not in the Barbados Constitution of 1966, not in any similar document. This is the first one, and all it is a statement of an aspirational statement that reflects what we want to pledge to each other to do, as was done by him in the Covenant of Hope that he signed as a member of this party when we had such a Covenant of Hope. It's not justiciable. That one isn't even the basis for manifesto promises, far less justiciable. And this too is simply a statement drafted by Bajans, not by this government, drafted by Bajans, including persons and religious persons, that says simply that this is how we want to relate to each other, but that acknowledges the Creator, acknowledges whoever that Creator is for whoever.
Well, it took a little longer than I thought for them to get to this matter, the Covenant of Hope, and my being party to this covenant. But you see, the difference here is that the Covenant of Hope was a party document. Covenant of Hope was a party document. This is a national document. I want to be clear. I am not saying that the chart, I am not saying that the party created this charter. You know, you have to protect me from the urban member for St. Thomas as well. Look, the Covenant of Hope, Mr. Speaker, the party document. This is a national document which represents ideas and values that we hold there and to which we aspire. So it's a big difference. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that the charter, I am not saying the charter will become a part of the Constitution. I'm saying the ideas and values and the stipulates in this charter will substantially form the basis out of which that constitution, new constitution, will come. Nobody stop me from saying that. Well, we will come back to it, I am sure. We will come back to it, I'm sure, and you will all be quiet, because that new constitution will be derived substantially from what is in here, else this is a waste of time. And I insist, Mr. Speaker, that the 1966 preamble became a part of the Independence Constitution. The 1966 Constitution had part of that as a preamble. And I'm talking about the preamble, and this part but references the sovereignty of God you have left out in this charter was part of the 1966 Independence Constitution. So don't try to confuse the issue. You know, Mr. Speaker, when all is said and done, I can get up here and speak generally. I can appeal to the government, and I can appeal to Barbadians to give attention to what is going down here. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I believe that what we are doing as represented in this charter, whatever legal value and weight we attach to it, there are some of us in here, if not all of us, who are betraying the legacy of our mothers who raised us in church, who raised us to have a faith towards God. And I do not know your experience, Mr. Speaker. I don't know you that far back. But you turned up pretty decently. And I have a feeling if that is the case, which it seems to be, church had an influence in your life, and because of a godly mother perhaps. And there are those of us in here, perhaps all of us, whose mothers raised us under God, and whose mothers led us by hand to church. And if we as a parliament do anything that diminishes in the eyes of the Barbadian community the concept of a sovereign and supreme God to whom we owe a sense of devotion and a sense of duty, whether we're Christian, Muslim, Hindu, or whatever, if any of us here are party to that effort or party to that outcome, even though the effort may not be intended as is being said, we betray the legacy of those mothers. My mother has died and gone on to her reward, Mr. Speaker, but she took me by hand to church when there was only one pants and one shirt. She took me there, and she gave me a godly example to follow, and I will not betray that legacy. But if we do this action here and not do it clearly and carefully, such that people understand there's no intention to diminish God and his value to us as a people and as a nation, if we're not careful, then that is what we will do. And I don't want to speak just to the government, and I don't just want to speak to Barbados, but I want to address through you, Mr. Speaker, because I know that there's some individual members in here, honorable members, who profess a faith of some sort. St. James South, honorable member for St. James South. There are some places where we cannot tread if we're not treading sure-footedly. We cannot go there if we are uncertain as to where we're going. We cannot risk the future of Barbados, because it is Barbados that we're talking about. And if you have a profession of faith, which I am sure that you have, then you have to stop and ask your colleagues, please, let us take pause. Let us look at this again. Let us look at the language. Let us involve more so the people. Let us be clear in our intention, lest we either send the wrong signals, one, or two, we derive an unintended outcome. Member for St. George North, raised under a Christian father, same appeal. Member for Christchurch East, because I think I hear my honorable friend from Strathclyde in recent times making a profession of some faith, and I appeal similarly to him. And Christchurch South, these are honorable members, Mr. Speaker, through you, who also always profess, as far as I have seen and heard, some measure of faith in a sovereign and supreme God, from whom we derive a sense of value and discipline, to whom we hold a sense of duty and a sense of devotion. And of course, my honorable friend from St. Peter, last but certainly not least, and perhaps among them all I should have called upon him first, because we have to stand up. We have to stand up and take stock of what we are doing It is the well-being of a place called Barbados that we are seeking to lead out of a crisis and into a better day. We save this country from the peril of COVID. We bring this country back from the collapse of a bad economic circumstance. We can do all of these things and at the end of the day arrive at an outcome for our people that makes our latter state worse than the first. And my appeal to you is to pause, or to appeal to your colleagues to stop and to take pause. Mr. Speaker, speaking truth to power is not simply a political dogma. Speaking truth to power is not simply a political dogma. It is a biblical tenet. In simple words, profoundly expressed, to which you passionately commit yourself and your circumstances. Whatever you do, I will not bow down. I will not bow down. So even if the command comes from on high, even if the command comes from on high, there is a higher power, and in the face of that command you stand and you say, I will not bow down. I will not bow down. There are those who have done it before. I'm sure you know the stories, the legend. Some of them are in the Bible, and some of them are real life examples. No matter what you do, I will not give way. I will not bow down. You see, 30 pieces of silver was not sufficient then, and it is not sufficient now. It may cost me something, but I will not bow down. Throw me to the lions, throw me to the wolves, throw me to the sharks, throw me in the fire. I will not bow down. Speak truth to power. It is not that you're being disloyal to party. It is that you're being more loyal to your people. And ultimately, you're being loyal to the God you profess to serve. And I'm not here to preach. But I'm here to simply express my view on this matter before us, because I see it as being that important. 30 pieces of silver was not sufficient then. It cannot be sufficient now, even when it manifests itself in dollars and the rem, the coin of the rem. I understand exactly what I am saying. I understand exactly what I'm saying, and I can repeat it for you if you want. 30 pieces of silver was not sufficient then, and it is not sufficient now. You do not sell out for any price. So humbly I suggest you honorable members can take it for what it is worth. But I know it is the well-being of Barbados that is at stake. It is the future of this country that we're discussing today, not simply not simply a piece of paper full with empty words that has no legal weight or value or no serious binding consequence. No, no, no. It goes beyond that. That equality, Mr. Speaker, of which we speak must go beyond thesis and theory. It must reflect itself in what we are worth and our value as we stand before the courts of Barbados. It must reflect itself in justice which is fair. It must reflect itself in an economy which is better balanced. It must reflect itself in institutional and systemic mechanisms that work in the interest of all and not just for some. Else that equality of which we boast again constitutes a mere empty boast. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? You tell me I'm equal in the sight of God and before the law? And that equality does not reflect itself when I have to stand up in the courts, because based on the color that I am, or based on the standing that I have in terms of a social class, hello, I may or may not get dealt with as justice would suggest. Is that a reality in Barbados today? We're going to talk about equality based on our humanity in the eyes of the Creator and in the eyes of the law. Then we have to go beyond thesis and theory and make it real and make Barbadians believe that each man matters. Now, Mr. Speaker, in this document, and they can protest it if they want, but I can only see it as I see it and call it and interpret it as I feel led to. There seems to be an attempt to propose inclusion of something called a category, a characteristic called sexual orientation as a fundamental right. If what we see here in this charter is not suggesting that this government intends to have this characteristic, this defining characteristic of sexual orientation captured in fundamental rights provided for under the future Constitution of Barbados, they need to stand and say that is not the case. Mr. Speaker, the entire gender rights debate and the whole issue of the sexual orientation platform are still very much undetermined issues in the world. You understand that? The whole sexual rights agenda, the whole sexual orientation platform, this whole business of sexual orientation, these are very much undetermined issues in the world right now as we speak, and we want to capture them resolutely in a document that constitute a charter. The rest of the world has not decided on these things. These things are still changing every day. There's public debate about these things all over the world, developed countries and developing. But in Barbados, we who like to be leaders, who aspire to be leaders in everything, we want to lead the world in resolutely deciding on what these terms mean and capturing them in a document. That's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. The rest of the world is confused about it, but we seem to be absolutely clear in our minds what these things mean. And so we're capturing them in a document that we will pass in this House. How can we settle on them in a charter? Terms that we're borrowing from the world when the world has not decided what these terms in fact mean, represent, and suggest. If the Barbados government is ready to redefine gender for the rest of the world, then tell us that that is what you want to do. If you want to redefine gender, tell us that that is what you are prepared to do, because you have a settled knowledge that the world about us does not have. And we are so settled and comfortable in that knowledge that we want to capture it in a charter. Well, if we're ready to do so, we should say, Mr. Speaker, where in the world do we draw the line on this matter of sexual orientation? Huh? Where do we draw this? Where do we draw the line on this matter of sexual orientation? The world hasn't settled it. One of the latest moves now out there in the global space, Mr. Speaker, is, you know, this matter of pedophilia, when big men interfere with little children. Yeah. You know what's happening now, Mr. Speaker? They're saying that this euphemistically should be called minor attracted persons. So this is a sexual orientation which is being promoted as being all right, it's all right to interfere with little children. That is your orientation. So hello! Yeah, and we capture a broad general term, sexual orientation. We put it in this charter. Next thing you know, it ends up in the fundamental rights in our Constitution, Mr. Speaker. So they want to destigmatize pedophilia. Interfering with little children is going to become all right when sexual orientation is protected as a right.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot stand here and allow the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to ascribe to us motives that are illegal, immoral, and against human comprehension. Nothing in this charter, sir, is seeking to promote anything that is illegal. The Leader of the Opposition knows better. He cannot ascribe to a government charged with upholding the law things that are patently perverse and illegal. pedophilia is a crime. It is a crime punishable, sir, by a sentence in excess of 10 years. No right-minded person or persons would ever think to make pedophilia legal. It is not legal anywhere in the world, sir. That has not been contemplated by this government. That has not been uttered by anybody in here. So whatever interpretation that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition wishes to place on any aspect of the Charter, he cannot descend into that and impute those motives to us. I patiently sat there, allowing him to fully ventilate what he had to say, but there are lines, sir, that you cannot cross. And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition crossed one of those lines. To impute that to the government of which I am a part, sir, I can't even believe that he's in here doing it. And so I asked him to withdraw that and for that to be struck from the record. That is below the belt.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm in full agreement with the honourable member. And if I had said that, I would have withdrawn it. Listen very carefully, if the honourable member would, and not be guided by wild or rash emotion. I am saying you cannot settle with language like this, sexual orientation in a charter, which is something the world itself has not settled on. And even right now going on in the world, there are those who, under the guise of promoting sexual orientation as a fundamental right, are suggesting that even when it comes to peace.
Sir, Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Member,
the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is again misleading the House. So if we have to call for the record, we will call for the record. Sir, the honourable member indicated that we are promoting something, including pedophilia, which is likely to form a part of the next constitution. That or words to that effect were said. Sir, if we need to call for the record to look at what was said, it was said you cannot now correct going forward after my objection something that you said and are now claiming that you didn't. Sir, that needs to be withdrawn, or anything that suggested that needs to be withdrawn. If we need to call for the record, so let us pause and call for the record and get this right.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member would have us call for the record, and you so desire, I'm willing to go there. If the record proves that I said that, I will apologetically and very humbly suggest to you, never intended to say that. What I have been trying to say here is, Mr. Speaker, for the third or fourth time, we are putting language and terms in this charter which are not settled. In global opinion, they are undetermined issues, but we seem to have resolved them here. We seem to be comfortable with the view that we can put in a charter things like, we seem to think that we can put in a charter things like sexual orientation to be enshrined as a right, a fundamental right. We see, well, you know, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister, on an aside, is saying it's already in the law, and the Honourable Member Christchurch is saying, I'm trying to suggest that they're getting ready to do it. Now I'm confused.
Sir, the Honourable Leader, if the Honourable Leader wants us to stick at this point, because I'm sure, sir, that there are aspects of this charter that the Honourable Leader agrees with. There must be some, sir. If he wishes us to stick at this point, then let us stick at this point. Sir, we had an anti-discrimination piece of legislation, sir, that stops anybody from being discriminated on the basis of anything. You cannot discriminate against minorities. You have to take people where you find them. This charter, sir, seeks to protect all. It seeks to protect all persons from discrimination. Once, sir, your rights do not infringe upon my rights, then your rights have the right to be protected. So at this point in time, sir, if the Honourable Leader of Opposition wants to show how this is affecting his right to do anything, then let him do that. But stop reinterpreting the law. Sir, stop redrafting the law. He was in here, he was in this house when that piece of legislation was passed, sir. Let him not, he is too bright a person. He recalls everything. He has a memory like an elephant, sir. like an elephant. Let him not pick and choose the aspects of that he wishes to employ. If he wants us to stick right here, sir, let us stick right here. I realize that he once again did not include the word pedophilia, but he hammered on that word to make his point so that people take that away as the takeaway moment. That is to guide the discussion. That is to inform the media. That is to create a headline. This government, sir, and I think I speak on behalf of the entire government, this government does not support pedophilia, any forms of illegal enterprise against the rights of any individual. We do not support blatant sexual illegality that harms people, sir. That is not what we are here to do, and to continue to impute that is offensive to me, is offensive to the government, sir, it's offensive to this chamber. I'm asking the honourable member, he has more things to talk about. I can't guide him on how to speak, but stop misleading the chamber and stop misleading the public.
Now, Mr. Speaker, for the umpteenth time, I'm going to try to say something which I thought could be understood rather simply. Mr. Speaker, we are capturing in this charter language which embraces terms which are unsettled and undetermined even in the global community. One of those terms is sexual orientation. Yeah? Now, when you put that in the charter, and I've clearly said, I've never accused this government of wanting to promote pedophilia. I am really disappointed to hear. Call for the record, please, sir.
Continue,
Call for the record, please, sir. Let me apologize if I did.
Continue,
Mr. Speaker, call for the record. Let's pause. Call for the record.
You would wish clarification, honourable member?
Sorry?
But you have already said that you did not say that.
Mr. Speaker, several on the other side are insisting that I did, and they've asked for the record. I say, go ahead and call for the record.
Honourable member, you've also said that if you said that, if you use those words, and it is reflected, that you would apologize profoundly. I've given you the authority to continue to speak.
I take it, therefore, you're not in agreement with the rest of them.
I have given you, you have said that if you have said those words, honourable member, that obviously you would apologize. Therefore, it obviously says that you have not said them, and that if you did say them, that you apologize. Continue, honourable member.
Thank you very much for the clarification, Mr. Speaker. Maybe no, they should apologize. Oh yeah, please is right. Please is right. Because I never said it. I'm simply warning this government, and I used these words earlier already, against unintended outcomes. Because when you use language, which right now, at this present time in global debate, even in judicial and parliamentary circles, language which is undetermined as to what it actually means. When you put that in a charter, be careful you do not arrive at an outcome that you do not intend, and some idiot from some part of the world come and use the wording here to challenge in court a position that they hold, that it is all right for them to interfere with little boys and little girls, and that they can prove under the law that they are right in so doing. That is not accusing the government of intending to do that. That is warning against a possible eventuality. And he who does not see that prefers to be blamed. Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful about the values we pass on to our children. We have to be careful as to the values we pass on to our children. And already we're wrestling with those things. We're seeing education curriculum content that stirs our anxieties, that stirs our sense of value. These things are happening all around us. Barbados is no longer shielded from the rest of the world. we have to ask ourselves, if there's one question that we must ask ourselves as we look at this charter, what are the values we are wanting to pass on to our children? Now, there will be some in here who will interpret that to mean that the leading opposition is saying that the government is trying to bring Barbados to a place where we pass on terrible bad values to our undesirable values to our children. Well, see, there you go. I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, whatever we do, the language we use, the provisions we put in place, the charters we accept, the constitutions we formulate, we have got to be careful with the values that we're passing on to our children. Now, I go back to this constitution. You know, some of you like to wave documents. You know, Mr. Speaker, on page 34 and page 35 of this constitutional review document, Ford Commission work, at page 34, and it talks about the same discrimination I heard being voiced over there, Mr. Speaker. In this section, the expression discriminatory means affording different treatment to different persons, attributable wholly or mainly to their respective descriptions by race, by place of origin, by political opinions, by color or creed. The Commission noted that while the definition of discriminatory contained in the section does not make specific reference to gender as one of the respective descriptions, the declaratory sections of Chapter 3, Section 2 makes it clear fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual are guaranteed by the Constitution regardless of race, place of origin, political opinions, color, creed, or sex, which was a biologically determined status. At the same time, in dealing with the protection against discrimination, the leading texts of relevant international covenants, conventions, and declarations specifically include sex as a category of description entitled to protection from discrimination. Sex, a biologically determined thing. The Commission agreed that the category of gender should be included in the definition of discriminatory, should be captured there. Don't discriminate anybody on the basis of their gender. However, the majority of the Commission was not satisfied that a convincing case had been made out for the inclusion of sexual orientation as a category of description meriting special constitutional protection. And all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that this position is the one I hold to. Neither the charter, which we discussed today, or any constitution to be formulated later, whether it borrows from this charter or not, should include sexual orientation as a category of description meriting special protection or given the status of fundamental rights. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, for now. Now, I looked at some fundamental rights enshrined in charter for a few countries. This one is Guyana, Mr. Speaker. Fundamental rights and freedoms of the individual, namely freedom of conscience, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly and association. No person shall be hindered in the enjoyment of his freedom of expression, freedom to hold opinions without interference, freedom to receive ideas and information without interference, freedom to communicate ideas and information without interference. Now, no person shall be hindered in the enjoyment of participating through cooperatives, trade unions, civic or socio-economic organizations of a national character or in the management and decision-making of the state. This is rights enshrined under the Guyana Charter, and these rights are in their constitution. Access to justice is a right. Nowhere do I see any mention or any reference to sexual orientation. Member St. Michael East can take a look at that and be enlightened. It's Trinidad, Mr. Speaker. We coming up. It's Trinidad. Fundamental rights include the right of life and liberty, the right to equality before the law, the right to respect for private and family life, right to equal treatment from state institutions, the right of expression, political views, right to education, right of freedom of movement, right of freedom of religion, right of freedom of expression, right of freedom of assembly, right of freedom of the press. All of those rights enshrined. No mention of sexual orientation. That is Trinidad. Yeah, I got more. There are a lot of islands out there. That's Trinidad, that's Guyana. This is Dominica, Windward Island, Mr. Speaker. Supremacy of God is affirmed. Faith in fundamental human rights and freedoms. Position of the family in a society of free men and free institutions. The dignity of the human person. Equal and inalienable rights which will all members of the human family are endowed by their Creator. Look, the fundamental rights and freedoms ascribed to persons who are citizens of Dominica: right to life, liberty, labor, treatment, property, protection of the law, conscience, expression, freedom of movement, no discrimination on the grounds of race. Mr. Speaker, no mention whatsoever of sexual orientation. That is the point that I'm making. That is Dominica, Windward Islands. But Barbados feels that we must enshrine in a charter this reference to sexual orientation. This one is Jamaica, Mr. Speaker. Life and liberty, security of the person, freedom of thought, conscience, belief, observance of political doctrines, freedom of expression, information. I can go on and on. Freedom of peaceful assembly, equality before the law, equitable and humane treatment, right to freedom from discrimination on the grounds of being male or female, race, place of origin, social class, color, religion, political opinion. Nothing about sexual orientation. Mr. Speaker, we can go to the Caribbean, go to Canada. Legal rights. Everybody has a right to life and liberty, security of the person, the right not to be deprived, etc., etc. Every individual is equal before and under the law, has the right to equal protection, equal benefit of the law without discrimination, and in particular without discrimination based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, or mental or physical disability. It goes on. Nothing about sexual orientation, Mr. Speaker. And I say all that to say we have got to be careful how we phrase and language this document, because when you mention things like intolerance, discrimination, and you expose people to what essentially amounts to a charge of verbally abusing or oppressing or showing intolerance to certain people, then you can find that you have introduced then the judicial element into this thing. I do not buy that this charter will not in any way find itself in our Constitution. And when it does, it will express itself in laws passed in this Parliament as well, and then people are exposed to a legal peril or a jeopardy before the law. It may not be intended, but it becomes very, very likely. I want to read something here, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, you can nod your head, my friend. And you know I'm not going to argue with you too much because you got pedigree. I believe that. I believe that you have a lot of pedigree. And
I think the Honourable knows full well that those must be made.
you want those documents in the house?
You have as long as the lawyers, the standing orders prescribe that as long as it makes reference to them, that they have to be made.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm willing to make those documents. I have to make them documents to the House. You can send the clerk with a truck, and he can have all of them. I have no problem. This one is familiar to us. It's already documented in the House. I'm quoting from the throne speech delivered by Her Excellency in our presence not too long ago, because it gives context to what I'm saying here today. And you can tell me government does not intend to do this, they intend to do that, and I have not charged government with intending to do anything. I am saying be careful of unintended outcomes, the signals you send, the messages which are received, and the potential peril to which the society can be exposed. That's all I've said. I'm reading the throne speech delivered by Her Excellency. Mr. Speaker, I think is a 2.5-hour presentation, but I will not be quoting all that she said. In the 1980s, and a throne speech, we all know she's speaking on behalf of the government of the day. In the 1980s, my government, led by Prime Minister J.M.G.M. Tom Adams, had the courage to take lands from tenantry and plantation owners and convey them at 10 cents a square foot to poor people living in tenantries across Barbados. This empowered people created a land and property owning democracy and served to develop the best housing stock in the Caribbean. It was a bold and visionary move. As today, countries the world over are still looking for policy mechanisms to put land under the ownership of the poor to afford dignity to them and their families. It was during this same period that Barbados outlawed bastardy and gave rights to children born out of wedlock and women to common law unions outside of bands of wedlock. These things were lauded in the throne speech as being revolutionary, Mr. Speaker. Now, I continue. The legal systems, hear me very carefully, Mr. Speaker, because I don't talk because I have to talk or because words come easy to my mouth. The legal systems of modern societies, you hear me, Mr. Speaker? The legal systems of modern societies recognize many different forms. Mr. Speaker, this is the throne speech. This signals where government is going with policy formulation. That is what a throne speech does. It is not what the Governor General, head of state, wants to say. It is what the government says through the mouth of the head of state at the time, Her Excellency, the Governor General. And I quote, "The legal systems of modern societies recognize many different forms of human relationships." You got that? Barbados is now increasingly finding itself on international lists. You got that? Including within the multilateral system, which identify us as having a poor human rights record. Barbados does not conduct business, trade with itself, or give itself loan financing. In some cases, our human rights record, when viewed against modern international standards, impacts these other issues and how we are viewed among the global family of nations. On this matter, the world has spoken. Mr. Speaker, it says, if we wish to be considered among the progressive nations of the world, Barbados cannot afford to lose its international leadership place and reputation, nor can a society as tolerant as ours allow itself to be blacklisted for human and civil rights abuses or discrimination on the matter of how we treat the human sexuality and relations. My government will do the right thing, understanding that this too will attract controversy. Equally, it is our hope that with the passage of time, the changes we now propose will be part of the fabric of our country's record of law, human rights, and social justice. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, it says, my government is prepared to recognize a form of civil unions for couples of the same gender so as to ensure that no human being in Barbados will be discriminated against in the exercise of civil rights that ought to be theirs. The settlement of Barbados was birthed and fostered in discrimination, but the time has come for us to end discrimination in all forms. I wish to emphasize that my government is not allowing any form of same-sex marriage and will put this matter to public referendum. My government will accept and be guided by the vote of the public as promised in its manifesto. I'm setting a context, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying I don't accept that this preamble or this charter will not manifest themselves in our constitutional stipulates going forward, in the provisions of our fundamental rights in that constitution, and will not become premise upon which people will challenge in court the type of treatment which perhaps they may find. This document says we have to fit in with what the world is doing. This document says we have to fit in with what the world is doing. If we are going to be accepted by them, if we're going to get benefit from their financing, generosity, this government, this country, this document is saying has to fit in with what this, listen, this is so loud with irony, Mr. Speaker. This is so loud with irony because it is coming at a time when we are taking that next step that enhances our sense of constitutional independence. We're moving to become a republic. But here in this throne speech, and I believe it is manifested in much of the dogma of this charter and in the preamble, we are saying we've got to fit in with the world and accept some of what the world proffers and offers and forces upon us, if we are to benefit from what they have to offer. I say 30 pieces of silver was not sufficient then, and 30 pieces of silver is not sufficient now. And I pray that we do not find, as a government, or any of us as an individual, ourselves exposed to judicial peril because there's some provision in our constitutional architecture or our legislative framework that sets us at odds with strange people coming from foreign parts, thinking that they can behave the same way they behave at home because our values must conform to or comply with this. I didn't want to be so long as a speaker, but the interruptions from my honourable, well-intentioned friends, though misguided, have brought us to this point. Now, the document speaks of strong communities, and the honourable member is right. There are lots of things in this charter with which I agree. But I've said to us some time ago, it is the 2% in rat poison that kills. It is the 2% that I don't like in this document. Except in this case, it is a bit more than 2%. It is a bit more than 2%. Strong communities, Mr. Speaker. How do we arrive at strong communities? That is a very noble and wholesome aspiration. Governance mechanisms involving the people beyond merely the appointments of party friends and party faithful to boards. That is not governance. That belongs to an era of the past. This government must commit in a new Barbados, on a new charter, in a new constitution, in a new frame, in a new era, to put that behind. Where governance for us is simply appointing party faithfuls and party friends and party operatives to positions on boards. I've said before, we need to decentralize management. I think I said it in responding to a presentation by the Honourable member for St. George South, when they acquired, I think, some property to develop a community facility in Workman's, I think it was. I said then, and I repeat, we need to give expression in real terms to manifestations of decentralized forms of governance, governance at the community level. There are things that people can do. We have adopted a form of decentralization. We moved a lot of responsibility, oversight for various important things away from central government to statutory corporations. It has worked in some instances. In some instances, it never worked. But we need to try more so to incorporate the element of community management and community governance. If we're talking about strong communities, I believe that this is an element that we can't overlook. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that strong communities equal strong families. Strong communities equal strong families. Now, if the family structure, and beyond the structure, if the profile of the family, if the character of the family, the circumstances of the family, if these things are not such that family life is viable, then communities will always be deficient and will always suffer. Strong communities equal strong families. Now, I cannot, for the life of me, understand. I said it back several months ago when we adopted this legislation about welcome stamp and when we dealt with anti-discrimination with respect to employment opportunities, especially for people coming into Barbados. I said then, I don't see that in Barbados we have a problem with people being discriminated from job opportunity, educational opportunity, even opportunities of sitting in this parliament because of any sexual preference or any sexually related lifestyle. I well recall, I'm not that old, that there was a raging because there have been people who have been given to sexual lifestyles which do not constitute what we see as the norm, who have in the past come to this parliament. And I remember the raging debate one time when one very noted gentleman, very familiar to my honourable friend from St. Michael East, not for the wrong reasons, I should hasten to add, when it was being proposed that he become the Governor General of Barbados. My honourable friend is laughing because he's very familiar with him. He knows how he dresses even in his home environment. And he knows about the high heel shoes. He knows about the high heel shoes and the very abbreviated forms of pajamas which he wore. But he was proposed to be the Governor General of Barbados. And largely that was rejected on the basis of his lifestyle, sexual lifestyle preference. But he played a significant role in this parliament. And there are those in the past, I'm saying, who have come to this parliament. I heard one honourable lady in recent times saying that certain parliamentarian of the past never learned the art of going through a back door. I also heard a prime minister of the past attest to the fact that Lord Nelson was turned around, the statue of Lord Nelson was turned around so that he may have some postural relationship in connection with somebody who sat in parliament. And I got all these things. The point I'm making is in Barbados, yes, the honourable member from St. Michael South East is a bit young. She's just come to this place, well, not too long ago, and would not have heard of these things. But certainly if she was chatting with her father, he would tell her very much these stories. You've heard them? Yeah. Oh, Lord. He who is without sin should cast the first stone is correct. And we have all sinned, and come short of the glory of God. And the point I'm making here, Mr. Speaker, strong communities equal strong families. And I cannot, for the life of me, understand how the construct of domestic partners, that construct that we introduced in two pieces of important legislation earlier this year, last year, I cannot understand for the life of me how that construct, now enshrined in law, enhances the construct of family in Barbados. Strong communities equal strong families. If you're going to have strong communities, we have to address the matter of poverty. Poverty and the lack of opportunity are anathema, Mr. Speaker, to the whole idea of strong communities. We need, I repeat, a charter for single mothers in Barbados. Single mothers have borne the burden of raising, largely so, raising this community we call Barbados on their backs. Single mothers built homes, raised families, educated children, good quality children, some of whom have ended up in this very place. And we have to have a charter for single mothers. I said that at the time when we elevated by election to the position of President-elect, incumbent Governor General. We have to have a charter for single mothers. We can't continue, and I'm glad that we have such a diligent spirit engaged at the Ministry of Housing, who is spurred by a genuine passion for building and for housing people, because poor housing stock defaces communities, it depresses communities, It demoralizes people, and we've got to change that. We've got to change that. I am sure I once heard espoused in this place that there would be a grand plan to rebuild the whole Pine housing development. It was later said that that was never asserted, but I'm sure I heard it. And I thought it was such a noble thing to do, that we can completely transform the landscape of poor housing stock in Barbados, because that is one of the most potent ways that you can address one of the most potent ways that we can address the matter of poverty, lack of opportunity. I'll leave my honorable friend for St. Michael East to deal with this matter of visiting relationships. I will go on another side of the coin, and that has to do, Mr. Speaker, with the persistent practice of locking up, putting in prison fathers in Barbados for lack of child support. Now, I believe you really need to deal with those who willfully, recklessly do not support their children financially. But there are many instances when a fella can't because he does not have the means. He does not have the means because he does not have a job. But we end up imprisoning these people. So we want to improve the community profile and character environment. We have to speak to these things and address these things in practical ways, not words on a document that don't constitute any legal substance, that are not worth the fabric on which they are written, if that is the status that attaches to them. Single income households, Mr. Speaker, big problem in Barbados. You know, you've had the experience, you deal with people. There's no way you can get ahead in Barbados if you're operating on a single income, unless you are high up the financial economic ladder. Single income what? You can't get a mortgage, bank ain't taking you on. Your income is insufficient, especially now with high cost commitments which you have. Unemployment, Mr. Speaker, if you're going to improve community, you got to address employment, and it can't be menial jobs to which you call people seasonally. That has its place, because they must find something at some stage, and the work they do must be done at all times. But to give people the view that this is all they can aspire to, that this is all the system can afford them, that they're deserving of no better, Mr. Speaker, is a problem. And these are things in the charter that I think need to be spoken to loudly. And so I agree wholeheartedly with my friend, honorable friend from Strathclyde, that unemployment and these things, youth employment significantly high, 30-odd% among young people. Underemployment has been a scourge in Barbados. People are working, but they're underemployed. The jobs they have don't give them any semblance of a decent living. Menial employment, female exploitation. If you are going to build communities, you have to build families. If you're going to build and enhance family life, you have to address these things. And a community must be seen. My community must be seen to be a place of worth to me, else I do nothing to help enhance it. I'm going to go as quickly as I can, Mr. Speaker. Article 2, I think, speaks to the business of people-centered development. People-centered development. Good words. Good words. Sound quite good. But there's some counters, some counter dynamics to people-centered development existing historically and traditionally in the Barbados economy that we have to right. Any government worth its salt in this day and age of 2021 must see itself as having a mandate, especially one like this that got all 30 seats, must see itself as having a mandate to do revolutionarily positive things. Positive things. We have a skewed growth model that we continue to perpetuate. Skewed growth model. And we talk of development. Hey, growth means nothing to the fella in Richmond if he does not benefit. 2% growth in Barbados, 3% growth in Barbados, if we're ever able to achieve that again beyond where we were perhaps in 2008. That means nothing to the fella up there in Silver Hill. Means nothing unless he can bet. We have a skewed growth model, so there's some growth from time to time. 2.8% is about average where we would like to go. But what does that 2.8% represent? It represents that those who are already wealthy and moneyed are made to be better off in terms of their money and their wealth. We have to have a power relation shift in Barbados. And I'm not simply talking, I'm not in any way suggesting that you turn the top and make it bottom, and turn the bottom and make it top. I am simply saying you need to shift, to see a shift in power relations in Barbados. I've emphasized before my serious interest in seeing a change of the relationship of the people to the land in Barbados. Tom Adams started this significantly in the 80s, 83 I think it was. When Arthur furthered that in the 90s, late 90s, with the tenantry land program. We're all beneficiaries of that in one way or the other. These things went down, they were revolutionary. We've got to change the relationship of the people to the land. Majority of Barbadians can't own a piece of the land. Majority of Barbadians still renting, whether it's house or land or both. We've got to change the relationship of the people to the land. It cannot be that we have landlords in Barbados who are, I'm not talking about landlords in the general and familiar sense. I'm talking about people who lord it over the land because they own large tracts of land. I believe we need to democratize land ownership in Barbados. I seriously believe, and I would like to think that the Minister of Housing joins me in this thinking, that my friend here, my MP, my Member of Parliament from St. Michael East joins me in this thinking. We need to democratize land ownership, and in some significant ways we need to be revolutionary. We need to limit the capacity of people in terms of the amount of land that they can own in Barbados, except you're owning land for development purposes, except in the case where you're having some land for 2 or 3 children you want to leave, and even with that, there's a limitation as to how much you can own. You cannot have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 people owning the whole of Barbados and others crunting, and we calling them squatters, and people must pick up the tents and move from place to place and continue to live in chattel house situations. We cannot have that. If we are going into a new era, a republic we boast, a new charter we boast, a new constitution we're going to formulate, we have to leave some of these old relics of our economic and social existence behind and bring policies which are revolutionary. The same constitution at page 25 gives credence to what I'm saying. It appeals to something to be done with reference to how people relate to the land, and that is what we must do. The land and the beaches, it speaks about ensuring that the beaches and public areas are accessible to all, do not become the exclusive preserve of one sector or one community. That has happened in Barbados. Windows to the sea have disappeared. That's happened in Barbados. We must fashion and direct the policies of the state towards ensuring that land is not so owned and used as to result in a concentration of ownership and control in a few individuals to the common detriment of the people. That's the Constitution of Barbados. But has it happened? Not revolutionarily so, and not significantly, sufficiently so. But we have to treat to this business of land ownership, and I believe we have to be radical and revolutionary about it. If we are going to build strong communities, we need to engage people in decent and dignified work, afford them sustainable livelihoods. We got people scrunting in Barbados in majority numbers now. They're scrunting with cost of living spiraling, not because of government in every instance, because of some imported dynamics, but yes, because of government taxation and other policies too. And people are scrunting and barely getting by, and the livelihoods to which they must give themselves are not sustainable. We have institutions in Barbados which reflect what I call bureaucratic impotence. They don't serve the interests of the people. And if we are going to be serious about having communities, and having people understand that they are a part of us, that this is who we are, then we have to deal with these things. Cannot have power derived purely on the basis of wealth. That used to be a thing of the past. With reference to some realities of Barbados. You couldn't sit in this place, you couldn't vote in this country without reference to a certain worth. Those things are behind us, but the journey is not done. And to a large extent, wealth, power is purely derived from your wealth position in Barbados, and that guarantees marginalization of the poor, and it entrenches what I call persistent poverty. You know, I applaud the Minister of Energy, that's it, small business, entrepreneurship, I think that's what it is, who brought recently to the House a revolutionary bill on the business of vending in Barbados. And I can applaud when it is necessary to applaud. Of course, he will get up in this debate and attack me, but that's all right, because he is told that that is his duty in part to do. But I applaud him for bringing to this House legislation with reference to vending and so swiftly getting it through the procedures of this House as to have it ready to come back for final debate and hopefully passage. You see, the profile of the market should facilitate my advancement. It should not predetermine confinement for me. And I use vendors as an illustrative point, because the profile of the market as it existed prior to this bill was not such that it served for their advancement sufficiently so, but it set predetermined parameters within which they were confined. Now the policy, the bill which hopefully he will bring, if allowed, will see us breach those bulwarks and remove those impediments. And that is the type of thing that we want to see. We must be able to identify the benefit to the people in all of the policy positions we accept, we adopt. I do not believe that we should accept any investment that will not recognize organized labor either. I'm talking to good things in this charter that set the platform for revolutionary things we can do to change the nature of life, to change the profile of the market, to change the position of people in Barbados. And we have investment that comes here and fails to recognize unions and fails to recognize organized labor. And we feel that we must accept what they bring and advocate because we want the few dollars investment which they bring. I think these are things which we need to change. Prime Minister spoke about actualizing or active citizenship. Active citizenship, a good thing, but how do we actualize active citizenship in aspects of national development? Hey, if I don't feel that this space called Barbados is mine, if I don't feel that this Barbados belongs to me, there's no way that you can excite me in any interest about active citizenship. There must be a sense that this space is mine, else you cannot excite my sense of responsibility while frustrating and not facilitating my right. How do you expect you can excite my sense of duty and responsibility if you continue to frustrate and not facilitate my rights as a citizen? There must be involvement in the democratic process beyond my right to vote, Mr. Speaker. Active citizenship is not only about voting. Beyond my right to vote, I have to be allowed to participate more meaningfully in the process of democracy. It must be more than about the right to vote. And you see that matter of the right to vote, I've spoken about that before, Mr. Speaker. It should not be made subject to any form of manipulation. And respectfully, I say, when a Prime Minister has the ultimate and singular right to set an election date, that is manipulation of your right to vote. Your right to vote should not be subject to the view or thinking of anybody. Let me give him the right to vote now. Let me give her the right to vote now because it serves my narrow political interest. It serves my party's interest. Election dates in Barbados should be a fixed date. There are other forms of manipulation of voting that I will not get into today because time is gone. But I really do want to say that voting day in Barbados should not be subject. I hope in the new constitution that emerges and there's a fixed date for election and that it is not subject to prime ministerial. And I'm not attacking this prime minister. I said that several times before this prime minister arrived on the scene. Representative democracy must be about people's governance and decision making. We can't just pay lip service to these things. Governance cannot only serve the interests of the pigs. I know when I say that, somebody will run off, you see, and say call people pigs. I'm saying governance cannot serve only the interests of the pigs. Now, my honourable friend here, from St. Michael East, knows what I'm talking about. It cannot be that the pigs have their day and all the other animals are on the outside peeping through the window. You see, the farm belongs to all of us. Farm belongs to all of us, and we help to build the farm. And governance cannot only serve the interests of the pigs. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know, whether or not some of our colleagues here choose to believe this, there's a party called the People's Party for Democracy and Development. There is. I'll share with you their vision and philosophy, Mr. Speaker, because I think that it is relevant to my contribution to this debate. The People's Party for Democracy and Development has a vision and philosophy which is expressed in these terms. A nation under God, a nation under God, enjoying the fullest possible blessing and benefits of democracy, productivity, and justice. That's our vision for Barbados. Recognizing God, recognizing the value and virtues of democracy, justice, productivity, and acknowledging that what we have are blessings and benefits that come to us through our diligent industry, but also come to us through the goodness of God. And we have some articles of commitment, Mr. Speaker. I'll read them very quickly for you. And that is why I've spoken to you this way today. Always acknowledging God, accentuating growth, and aspiring to greatness, we give to the people of Barbados the following commitment. So we have our own charter as well, but this is a party charter. We will subscribe always, one, we will subscribe always to the acknowledgement of a sovereign creator and the accommodation of faith freedoms. Two, we will protect always the right to life, liberty, and property. Three, we will provide always ethical, responsible, and accountable government. And these were developed, Mr. Speaker, about a year and a half to almost 2 years ago. We will expand for democratic privilege and facilitate the fullest possible participation of the people of Barbados in the governance of Barbados. 5, we will establish sound platforms of justice, legal, social, and economic, and ensure safety and freedom through the rule of law. 6, we will democratize ownership structures and patterns in Barbados. 7, we will create universal opportunity and pursue shared prosperity, not skewed growth, for all Barbadians. 8, we will ensure that the state remains a primary facilitator in the provision of education, health, and housing services. 9, we will, together with capital and labor, create the environment for an effectively functional and mutually beneficial relationship. 10, we will encourage diversity while appreciating the value of human worth and recognizing the dignity of each individual. 11, we will promote and facilitate the attainment and practice of global standards in all Barbadian enterprise and endeavor. And 12, we will pursue and encourage balanced physical development while enhancing our environment and preserving our heritage. Those are the 12 tenets, 12 articles of commitment of the People's Party for Democracy, shaped and fashioned almost 2 years ago. This charter comes a little late for us. But even as it comes late, it comes hurried and it comes unclearly to us. And there's several things in it which I think ought to be given second thought to and properly addressed before we ask the people of Barbados to buy into this. I thank you, sir.
Honourable member for St. Peter. Honourable Leader, I was thinking to off your mic. Honourable member for St. Peter, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to share in this debate as we examine the Charter of Barbados 2021. Let me begin by indicating, Mr. Speaker, that as my practice of Christianity will not allow me to use terms like joker and idiot and foolishness and strange people, I propose not to use those terms in my presentation. I spent the past maybe 45 minutes hearing a speech interspersed with those terms, but I want to assure you that I will not be using those terms. As a matter of fact, the essence of the Charter does not allow for it, but beyond the Charter, and for me much before the Charter, my understanding of how I ought to treat to others, even if they are different from myself, does not allow me to go there. So even though sometimes we are asked to follow persons of the cloth, persons who should know better, I promise that I will not go there. I have a few comments to make. I also want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, I heard a statement, I made a note of it, and I saw, Mr. Speaker, I heard an equivalence made. Not in these words, I'm not quoting anybody, but what I wrote down was support equals sellout, which was the sense I got from a statement I heard a few minutes ago. Let me begin formally by saying I support the proposed Charter of Barbados 2021. I support it. And I have reasons to support it, but the reason that I will share with this honorable chamber is one that I heard from the honorable member for St. Michael West also just a few minutes ago. And I'm going to use this to indicate why I support this charter. The honorable member for St. Michael West, the leader of the opposition, said that words to the effect, if I don't feel that this Barbados belongs to me, I will not be an active citizen. You will not excite my sense of duty if I do not feel that this Barbados belongs to me. Mr. Speaker, this charter, and I'm not sure because I listened to much of what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition said, and I am not good with words. I can't use really big words, but I Googled something after I heard the Honourable Member voice words to this effect. I heard people like the Honourable Member for St. James Central and Christchurch East who know how to use words. I heard them say something some time ago that included the words cognitive dissonance. So based on my understanding of what they said, I thought I would Google it. And what the computer told me, I don't know if this is right or wrong, but it talks about inconsistent thoughts, beliefs, or attitudes. And I thought that what the honorable member almost closed by saying seemed, in my view, to contradict much of what was said earlier. But all I'll say, Mr. Speaker, is that I support the charter because this Barbados must belong to all of us if it is to excite our sense of duty, and if we are to be active citizens in this country. Now, this proposed charter, Mr. Speaker, it creates a framework that in my mind speaks to how we treat to each other. It speaks to how we recognize our responsibility to each other. And for me, very importantly, it speaks to how we recognize that responsibility to each other, particularly when either we or the others are in the minority. When I came to this Honourable Chamber last year, around the middle of the year, to speak to discrimination in employment, I took particular time and effort to speak to the fact that a person should not, for any reason, even if that person is a criminal, should not be deprived of any benefits that ought to accrue to a person because they are simply a human being. And there is no reason why any human being should be discriminated against or should suffer detriment, which is what we would ordinarily say in labor law. And I am seeing, well, I hope the Honourable Member of St. Michael South Central doesn't get upset with me for this, but there are people who treat dogs very, very well, feed them very, very well. And I'm of the view, Mr. Speaker, and this is where we may run into some trouble, but I believe that human beings have infinitely greater value. And so I subscribe to any ethos that says, in spite of who you are, in spite of what is your position naturally, or in spite of your choices, I have a duty to respect you, to not necessarily agree with your choices, but to accept that you have the right to make your own choices. You have that right. I serve a God, and God is not a bad word for me. I serve a God who gave my forefathers, my Adam and Eve in Eden, and I believe, by the way, in the creation account in Genesis, God gave our foreparents the right to make a choice. And because I believe that God is omniscient, I believe he knew that they would make the wrong choice. Nevertheless, he allowed them the choice. I've wrestled with that. But I'm not divine. But left to me, I wouldn't allow people to make choices that I don't want them to make. But the God we serve allows us to make choices, even when those choices are the wrong choices, and even when we have to suffer the consequences, the negative consequences of those choices. Now, I will also repeat something that I said back then, a little over a year ago. My sense of fairness, my sense of protection of those who are different from me, my sense of the rights of minorities is rooted in my own experience. I am a Seventh-day Adventist, and I remember being referred to as a seven devil. I'm part of a minority denomination. The Honourable Member for St. Michael West indicated that in 2010 we were 6.6%, I think, of the population. There are other groups, far larger numbers. I remember being referred to as a seven devil. I also remember, Mr. Speaker, and by the way, my Seventh-day Adventism is not something that is innate to me. it is a choice. And that is why I feel so strongly that people's choices have to be respected. I also remember, Mr. Speaker, that some of my Jehovah's Witnesses friends were referred to as Jehovah's wickedness. You must excuse me if those experiences frame my thinking. You must excuse me if those experiences cause me to be very sensitive, particularly to minorities, especially minorities through choice. I'm also old enough to remember persons who were threatened with dismissal from work because they wanted to observe the Sabbath that I believe God asks all of us to observe. Because it is easy to find many others who don't believe that. Those things, Mr. Speaker, have framed who I am, and they frame me to the extent that I can accept a charter that speaks to how we treat to each other, and specifically indicates that on a plethora of issues that could create differences, either innate, natural, or by choice, that we ought, as we live together in this country, to treat to each other as sharing a common humanity and as deserving of respect, even if I do not agree with your choices. And it is upon that basis that I support this bill, this proposed charter that is before this honorable chamber. In any civilized society, we have, in spite of our choices, we have to coexist. Each of us, in spite of who we are, in spite of our decision making, if we do not believe that, if we do not feel that Barbados belongs to us, our sense of belonging to the society, or desire to participate in the activities of the society, or sense of duty will not be excited. And this is where I fully agree with the Honourable Member for St. Michael West. All of us in this country have to believe that Barbados belongs to us, even if we are in the minority. And as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, that is as serious and as solemn as it gets for me. I am a citizen of this country. I am part of a minority group. But I must feel that Barbados belongs to me. I've come to this honorable chamber because I believe that Barbados belongs to me. I've come to this honorable chamber because my sense of duty has been excited. And so I come to this place to represent the excellent people of St. Peter. I come here because I believe Barbados belongs to me, and I believe that Barbados belongs to all of them. Whether they are Anglicans in the majority, Pentecostals, or whether they worship in the Kingdom Hall that is right across the street from where I live in Rose Hill at the Jehovah's Witness, their place of worship. Barbados must belong to all of us. I did not intend to spend a lot of time on some of these types of matters, but I realized that I have to. I realized actually that I have an obligation to. And I have an obligation to because I am a person of faith. I think people know that, so I don't walk about saying that to everybody, because people know that. And I think that creates for me an obligation, not an obligation to respond to the honorable member, an obligation to indicate to this honorable chamber, through you, Mr. Speaker, and to an obligation to share with those who may hear now or whenever persons may review the goings on here in this chamber today, because whilst I am sent here by the people of St. Peter to represent the interests of the people of St. Peter, they know that they have sent a Seventh-day Adventist Christian to this honorable chamber. And so when persons use terms like selling out, that they chose. And I'm happy to say, Mr. Speaker, that the mandate that I have been given is a majority of the 8,447 persons, I think, who were registered to vote. More than 50% said that they wanted me, not 50% of those who voted, over 50% of those who were registered to vote indicated that they wanted me to come to this place to speak on their behalf. But they sent me, Mr. Speaker, understanding that they were sending Colin Jordan from Rosehill, a Seventh-day Adventist who goes to the Manakwata Church. They all knew that, and they know where I stand. And so I have an obligation, because there's a lot of noise in the atmosphere, and I have an obligation both to them, but I also have an obligation to the God who keeps me alive, to make sure that I'm clearly understood, and also to make sure that I speak as far as I can what I believe he would want me to say. I heard theocracy used, I heard theocratic used. When I speak in this place, Mr. Speaker, I don't speak the message that nobody gave me to send, except I express the views of my constituents. I have very clear views. I didn't come to this place as no youngster. I got less years ahead of me to live than I have behind me. I don't have the centenarians in my family. Barbados is not a theocracy. It has been said before, but I think I need to say it as a Christian. Barbados is not a theocracy. A country that is not a theocracy is a secular country. I am not suggesting by any means that it may not have 100% of people of faith. But what I am saying is that once it is not a theocracy, in other words, a system where the head is, as in ancient Israel, God speaking to a prophet who speaks to the people, once it is not set up in that form, and the early apostles understood that as the society was developing, that the society was not set up in that form. As a matter of fact, when the society that Jesus was born into was not a theocracy, because the Romans were in charge and doing all their stuff. But there's a role for the state, and there's a role for the church. And when I say the church, I'm referring to the Christian church. There's a role for people of faith. What do I mean when I say that? I believe in the strict separation of church and state. I believe that people of faith have a role in the actions, in the deliberations, in the decision-making of the state, but not from the perspective of giving directions and insisting that my view or somebody else's view should be the view. If that were the case, Mr. Speaker, we would close all commercial activity in Barbados on Saturday. When the sun goes down on Friday, I would indicate to the Prime Minister that I would want her to shut all commercial activity. We leave the buses running and the hospitals open, but we'll close the non-essential things. But, Mr. Speaker, that is not my role, and it is not within the purview of me or my church or any other faith institution to insist that a state go in that direction. As a matter of fact, I have a particular difficulty with a public holiday being on a Sunday, and I can enjoy the Monday, but the public holiday on the Saturday is also not given a similar perspective. As a matter of fact, I may even want to say that I may be in some ways discriminated against in that respect. But what I'm saying is that the state has a role to maintain order in a society. But people of faith and institutions of faith also have a role. And so there are a number of things but let me use an example. The state's role is to make sure that the exercise of my rights does not infringe the exercise of anybody else's rights. And so the state will make laws concerning things like murder. The state will make laws concerning things like pedophilia, theft. But, Mr. Speaker, the state should not make laws in relation to taking God's name in vain, for example. The state should not make laws in relation to the observance of a holy day, for example, because my observance will not impact your right to observe. I'm using that example, Mr. Speaker, to say to us and to say to any who may be following that it is within the right. As a matter of fact, it is an obligation on people of faith, on institutions of faith, to project, to encourage people to operate along certain lines. But there is a line over which a state should not trespass. A state does not legislate morality in its broad, general terms. But I believe that people of faith and institutions of faith ought to be speaking to morality. So, Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that, as was discussed, and I don't know how it got those kinds of legs, but pedophilia is wrong. But I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that relationships outside of marriage are also wrong. Will I ask the Honourable Chamber to outlaw adultery? No. There is a role for faith organizations, and there is a role for the state. And a faith organization should not be relying on the state to enforce its beliefs. We in the faith community do that by holding crusades, holding Bible seminars, putting our teachings on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook Live. We promulgate our beliefs. We encourage people to take a stand for right. We do not do it with the backing of the state, because what we risk if we go in that direction is a tyranny of the majority. We have suffered in Barbados already the tyranny of the majority. We used to have a state church, and that state church was the one that said my four parents either couldn't come in or had to be in the back seat. That is but a manifestation of the tyranny of the majority. A state's role is to make sure that the majority does not run the minority out of town. Because I don't want Anglicans or Catholics or Pentecostals or whoever to run Sunday Adventists out of town. And so because it is personal for me, I feel very strongly about the protection of the rights of persons who find themselves in the minority. But like I said, Mr. Speaker, I didn't really plan to spend a lot of time on that. I want, in the few minutes that are left, and I don't even know how much is left, I want to say a bit about some of the other aspects of the Charter. Matter of fact, before I go there, there's another note that I made that I want to speak to. And this is the matter of the inclusion of sexual orientation. Now, in the bill that I piloted, that term was included. Researchers will always go back to Hansard and attempt to understand the context when trying to make a decision as to what was meant. In my submission then, and I hold the same position now, we are speaking about what a person feels, views as who they are attracted to. Orientation is where your mind is at. I don't know that orientation means a lot more than that. And so where a person's mind is at, within the context that we use it, it is either attracted to the opposite sex, that is where I am at, or it could be somebody who is attracted to the same sex. Now, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that a person should be attracted to someone of the opposite sex. That is what Colin Jordan from Rose Hill believes. I believe that. Outside of my faith, I believe that, but maybe influenced and guided by my faith. I also believe that if there was a Colin Jordan somewhere in Barbados who was attracted to somebody of their same sex, that Colin Jordan should not be treated in Barbados any differently from this Colin Jordan. And I've gone back there because it is not included, that term is not included in the 1998, in the Ford report. But we must understand, I mean, if we're going to be honest, Mr. Speaker, we must accept and acknowledge that as time progresses, people are more comfortable using certain terms. There are some terms that I use that my father would freeze. Well, I got to the point where he couldn't slap me anymore, but he might freeze because they were not terms that he would even dare to utter. And so as a society develops, persons feel more comfortable using certain terms. And the absence of a term does not necessarily mean that in the minds of the framers, there was not the thinking that preventing discrimination or removing detriment really needed to extend to everybody. But there are periods of time in our history when certain expressions are not kosher, as we would say, to use a Jewish term, people are not comfortable using. Many persons of faith are not comfortable with that phrase either. I am comfortable because in my head, it refers to something that I can understand. And I am at the place where I accept that regardless of what your choices are, or regardless of what you are, or who you are not to be discriminated against. You are not to suffer detriment. And in the context of a charter, which speaks, this charter, Mr. Speaker, is not the Ten Commandments. This charter speaks to how we relate to each other. How do we relate to each other? But let me move on. The charter in its preambular paragraphs speak to celebrating the original people. And like I said earlier, the people of St. Peter sent me here. I speak on their behalf. And I cannot allow the opportunity to pass without indicating, Mr. Speaker, that as it relates to the originals in this country, to remind some of us, maybe the Honourable Member for St. Philip West may already know this, but the oldest carbon dating in Barbados in terms of settlement, 2000 BC, Haywood's Plantation, St. Peter. Maybe I may sound a little bit boastful, and that's because I am when it comes to St. Peter, and I don't make any apologies for it to people from any other constituency or parish. But when we talk about celebrating the originals, we are celebrating people who lived in what is now St. Peter. And I believe it is important to acknowledge, and I applaud the Charter for doing it, acknowledging that even though it is felt, and the jury is still out on that, even though it is felt that there were no Aboriginal persons, no indigenous persons here when the English came in 1625, and that may be true. There may have been some when the Portuguese came some years earlier. But even though it is felt that there were no Aboriginal persons when the English came, the fact that there were people, the fact that we see tools, utensils, and other bits of fragments around, tell us that there were people here before us. And it reminds us, Mr. Speaker, that the world didn't start with us. People preceded us. And this charter, in my view, says to us, and will say to our children, we are building on those who have gone before us. So even before we get to the mention of preceding generations and future generations, the acknowledgement of the original people, the term used in the Charter, is one that I really can't get pronounced very well. Ichirugurnim, something like that. Ichirugunum, the Ichirugunum people. Including this in the Charter speaks to the fact that we will be existing in a country, now a fully independent country, that recognizes that we build generation to generation, we build on those who have gone before. And I applaud the framers of this charter for recognizing that there were people here before we got here. I also, Mr. Speaker, in Article 1, which obviously caused the Honourable Member for St. Michael West quite a bit of angst. Article 1 speaks to fighting for freedom, justice, and rights for all of us as human beings. That is my paraphrase. The fight for freedom, the fight for justice, the fight for rights because of our humanity. We are all human beings. And I don't have a problem with the humanity part of it, because there were some people a few hundred years ago who claimed that my foreparents were not human beings. And because they were not human beings, they were not to be treated like them. I posit, Mr. Speaker, that I am the same human being as the descendants of those people who didn't think that my forebears were human beings. We are all human beings, and we are all to be treated justly. We are all to be able to manifest our freedom. In that first article, there are a number of dates mentioned. And I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that in St. Peter, we understand the fight for freedom and the fight for justice and the fight to be treated as human beings. Article 1 mentions 1675, and I've spoken to 1675 already in this honorable chamber. 1675 was when King Cuffy, Tony, and the other conspirators, the other revolutionaries, freedom fighters, determined that they were not going to accept that they were less than human beings. They were fighting for justice. They lost, many of them lost their lives in that fight for justice. And so, Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Peter are on board with any fight for justice in this country. The charter also mentions 1816. The planned uprising of 1675 was brutally put down. Many people lost their heads. People were burnt alive. Those who lost their heads, the bodies were burnt as well. 141 years elapsed without significant, even though there were uprisings along the way. In 1890-something, there was one, 1690-something, there was one. But 141 years before the Bussa Rebellion. St. Peter is also associated with the 1816 uprising. Unfortunately, our forebears could not get to St. Philip. The folk at Mount Wilton stopped them. They were on their way to meet General Bussa, because we understand the fight for justice. And so while we were on our way to meet General Bussa at Bailey's, the folk at Mount Wilton stopped our forebears, and they were rewarded. They got some land at Rock Hall. But I'm happy that Adja, well, I didn't ask for permission, but I say this in a good way. Adja did his I forgot what it is called, but his apology. There was a term that he'd use. He did a whole production on it, apologizing. I think one of his forebears, I think his great-great-great-grandfather, was one of the persons who stopped the St. Peter folk from coming up to join Bussa. But I use that to say, because these are two dates that are mentioned in this charter. And I believe that this charter must become a teaching tool for our people, children and adults. It must be a teaching tool. For us in St. Peter, 1675 and 1816 speaks to the fact that we have been fighting for hundreds of years to make sure that each of us is treated as a human being. We understood, and we still understand, the fight for social justice, the fight for equality, the fight that says even though we look different, even though you may have locks and my head might be going bald, we are equal. Even though you are at All Souls, and sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm just calling names, obviously. Even though you are at All Souls and I'm at Mile and a Quarter, we still have to coexist. Even though your communal wine has an alcohol and mine doesn't, we have to exist together. And this struggle for freedom has been a part of the experience of those of us from St. Peter. The charter also mentions 1937, and I just want to say that even though most of the action was in St. Michael, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, and this honorable chamber, that the blood of St. Peter people was spilled in that uprising. A number of persons lost their lives. There were a number of martyrs, 22, history tells us. The majority were from St. Michael, because that's where most of the activity was. So 13 persons from St. Michael died, martyred, in that effort to ensure equality of treatment, equality of access, in order to ensure that we could all live in this place together, enjoying the same freedoms. The Moyne Commission indicated that that is what this struggle was about. 13 persons died from St. Michael, but Mr. Speaker, the second largest number of martyrs in the 1937 People's Uprising came from St. Peter. 4 from St. Peter, DeCosta O'Neill from Boscobel, Dalrymple Cattle from Boscobel, Carlisle Graves from Sherman's, and Joseph Belgrave from Baltic in Boscobel. These people lost their lives. These are St. Peter people who lost their lives fighting for justice in this country. And that is why I will be unrepentant in supporting any quest for justice that does not infringe the rights of anybody else, because justice is only justice when all of us can enjoy it together. St. Peter understands this struggle for justice. You know,
remember, you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll say this. In terms of oppression, you know, after 1675, the colonial power decided that we had to control the people. And it seemed as though they felt that St. Peter people needed more control than anybody else. So there were 6 towers, signal stations across the country, just to let the authorities know what was going on. 2 of those are in St. Peter. The only parish with 2 signal stations, Dover Fort, and Grenade Hall. We understand the struggle. In my last minute and a half, Mr. Speaker, in Article 2 includes a segment on the social partnership. And I really couldn't sit without speaking to the fact that social dialogue has become something that Barbados is known for. And I applaud those who are responsible for the charter, because, Mr. Speaker, in 2 months, they spoke to a wide cross-section of Barbadians in the preparation of this document and in the refinement of the discussion document. A wide cross-section. And I'm happy to say that the Social Justice Committee had 2 days to interact with the committee and to share their views. Remember that the Social Justice Committee is made up of civil society. No government persons were there. I chair the Social Justice Committee, but I was not part of those discussions. It was a closed discussion so that people were free to share. But I want to say that we extended the invitation not just to the members of the Social Justice Committee that have been approved by the Cabinet. We also included those we considered to be the broader members. When we have important matters to discuss at Social Justice Committee, we include others who are not necessarily the core members. This social dialogue has been a feature of our society's operation, and I commend it to future generations. It has served our country well. We have to sit, we have to talk. We have to sit, we have to discuss. At the end of the day, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast would often say, we have to govern. But we do that after sitting and after talking. And this charter recognizes the work and the role of the social partnership as well as the Social Justice Committee. Now, something was said earlier about industrial relations, trade unions, and I would just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that in industrial relations in this country, best practice has to be adhered to. And I'm here now speaking to the wider community, both workers and workers' organizations and businesses. We have, as we move forward, and that's one of the reasons why I am so strong and passionate about treating people as people. You know, I've said in this honorable chamber so many times that some people know are sick of it. I hate the word labor. I always talk about workers. My views predate a charter. We have to treat people as people. So workers have to treat each other as people, and employers have to treat workers as people. And we get a lot of issues in this country because we do not recognize that each of us is worthy of respect in spite of who we are, what we said, where we come from, where we went to school. All of us, each of us we are to be respected, Mr. Speaker, because we share a common humanity. It is as basic and as fundamental for me as that. But I want to share, as I say, Mr. Speaker, that
I remember your 1.5 minutes really long. Continue.
yes,
Your last point. Your last point.
long is a term that has been associated with me for a long time.
I see, but I mean, with regards to time.
Oh, okay.
You see.
Right. But I'm going to say no, Mr. Speaker. But I want to say to this honorable chamber that the cabinet has approved a policy that will lead to trade union recognition legislation being enacted in this country. Again, that is part of understanding that sometimes we have to create structures that allow people to treat each other in a decent, dignified way. I commend this charter, Mr. Speaker, as a document that provides the basis upon which all of us should exist in this country. I commend this charter as a document that says how we ought to relate to each other. I commend it not as a document that tells you, me, or anybody what to believe, but rather one that allows us, whatever our background, whatever our personal choices, to feel a part of this country. Because if I do not feel that this country belongs to me, I will not be an active citizen. You will not excite my sense of duty. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable member for St. James Central.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am obliged to you. I intend to be very brief. There are three things that I want to do in this intervention, sir. And the first of them is really also to lend my voice towards lauding and congratulating that approach which was adopted by way of the work done by the drafters in their very wide consultation with this country and to ensure that there was a commonality of understanding and unity of purpose in this regard. Mr. Speaker, sir, I make absolutely no pretense to having the religious background of either the honourable member who just took his seat or the honourable leader of the opposition. I am what I am and will always be. But I do believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I can make a claim to having a degree of ability to understand language. I may be very secular in my views, but Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I'm also very logical. And as I understand the substance of the argument put forward by the honourable leader of the opposition, he drew a distinction between and I begin, sir, perhaps I should begin by reminding you of the actual language of the clause that has caused the challenge. It says, underscoring the fact that we are all equal by virtue of our humanity in the eyes of the Creator and according to the laws of this land, regardless of our ancestry. And the honourable leader of the opposition, as I understand it, draws a distinction between the use of the term the Creator in this charter and would wish instead to have the term God inserted, or would have preferred to have seen the term God. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, he argues or has posited that God is sovereign. I take no issue with that. He argues and he has posited that God is supreme. Again, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that no issue can be taken with that. He argues that God is the deity to whom we show devotion. And again, Mr. Speaker, sir,
I grew up as a child here in Barbados, went to Sunday school. I did all the other things that the leader of the opposition did, except perhaps not going to the clergy. And, sir, I can take no issue with that. But, sir, where I have a challenge with is understanding the angst around the use of the word, the Creator. Because, sir, it is the same Bible in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 1, that begins, in the opening passage, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And I, in my perhaps limited and secular way, sir, would imagine that if God created heaven and earth, then God would have to be the creator. And the creator would have to be God. I think, sir, that there's a certain logic to that argument. I questioned myself as I listened to him. I wondered if perhaps the terms used interchangeably in the King James Version were terms that I misunderstood. I went a little further. You didn't have to go much further, sir, till you come to verse 2. And verse 2, sir, is telling you that God made the universe out of nothing. And if God made the universe, making, as I understand the ordinary use of the term, would be equivalent to creating. And therefore, sir, again, the creator would have to be he who made it. Well, sir, and this is not difficult. The creator would have to be he who made it. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I found myself even more baffled. I reflected on my days when I used to more frequently attend the house of the Lord. And, sir, I remembered the book of Colossians. And there at chapter 1, verse 16, sir, it says, "In God all things were created, in heaven and earth, visible and invisible. All things have been created through him and for him." And so therefore, sir, when I go through all of that, I ask myself, if we are not being invited here today to engage in what is really a specious argument. The exchange for the term creator and for God and God for the creator, sir, seems to me to be bereft of a lot of substance. And quite frankly, sir, if I had any doubt whatsoever about that, that doubt would have been put to rest completely when the Honourable Leader of the Opposition himself, in his closing arguments, or closing stage of his argument, pointed to the fact that his party, according to him, 2 years ago, which is long before any charter was being drafted in Barbados, according to him, had articles of commitment. And in those articles of commitment, and I quote, they had, "We ascribe to the concept of a sovereign creator." Oh, Mr. Speaker, sir, where are we and what are we doing? And to the extent that we have spent so much time wrapping ourselves into a tight knot about the use of the term God or the term creator, but I think it is quite clear what we are talking about. If it confused me, sir, I believe it would have confused all 80-odd people who voted with his party in the St. George North by-election. I believe, sir, it would have confused most of the people in Barbados. And sir, I did not think it was necessary then for us to delay ourselves anymore on that matter. Where I had hoped the leader of the opposition would have been able to found some common ground with us is in, I think, the more compelling argument, which is to say that the concept of God that I have, which I believe is the same concept of God that he has as being a Christian person, the concept of the entity that we both worship, sir, is not necessarily identical to the concept of God that is held by a person who is in the Islamic faith in this community. That person, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the Islamic faith in this community, does not identify the deity that he worships as being the Holy Trinity. God the Father, God the Son, the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary. That is not how the person of the Islamic faith sees their God. Nor is it, sir, a bad thing that he does not see his God in that way. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, that person is entitled to his view of the deity that he worships. And that is a fundamental part of what constitutes our social makeup in Barbados. That tolerance, that commonality of understanding, and that tolerance that goes towards us having, as we will have next Sunday morning, a convocation held nationally that will allow persons of all denominations and of all faiths to participate in giving thanks to a creator, Mr. Speaker, sir. And sir, may I just add that we have to be careful as we walk this road, because those persons may be seen as minorities at this point. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that these issues about respecting people's virtue and humanity and their rights and so on, sir, it is really not about the majority. The point has been made. It is really all about the minority, because the majority will always be able to have the might to protect itself. But, sir, it is also about the values that we have of ourselves in Barbados. Because the Islamic faith, for argument's sake, sir, is comprised of a number of good Barbadian souls, decent people, Mr. Speaker, sir, who are contributing to this society, contributing to this economy, sir, employing Christians in their places of business, sir, and treating them better than some Christians treat their own in their places of business, sir. And let us be very real then, and also be very practical when we go down this road, which is really only designed to draw artificial levels of divide. It is true equally of the Hindu faith. It is true equally of the Rastafari community, Mr. Speaker, sir, you name it. All of these denominations, sir, religions, do not necessarily conceive of the deity that they worship in the same way that I conceive of the deity that I do. But am I to stand in judgment, stand askance and look at what I do and say it is superior or better because somebody else does not do the same? Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the answer to that has to be no. I want, sir, as I said, I'm going to be very brief, to just spend a little bit of time on the argument that was made with respect to discrimination. What disturbed me most about the Honourable Leader of the Opposition's submission is when he expressed shock that we wanted to be leaders of the world in this regard with respect to protecting people against discrimination. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it's not to express shock about. That's what every country should want to do. Every right-thinking people should want to be at the forefront of certain fundamentals which are an affront to humanity. So a right-thinking people should want to be part of a country that stands at the forefront of climate change, which is an existential threat to humanity. Right-thinking people, in my judgment, sir, should want to be at the forefront of a fight against discrimination against human beings for any reason. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it is particularly sad when it comes from a country like Barbados. And why? We, sir, were first in the world when it came to concretizing and legitimizing discrimination. And if we were first in the world when it came to legitimizing discrimination, we are the people, sir, this country has the unenviable record of being the country that was the prototype used by Great Britain to perfect the slave economy, Mr. Speaker. I stood in this parliament a few months ago and laid a bill, the vending bill, and went through the history of this. It was this parliament, sir, that was used as the British prototype to perfect the art of discriminating economically, and then we built not just an economy, built out a society around that economy, geared and designed in every stage to make sure that you discriminated against black-skinned people on the basis of the color of their skin, sir. And it had gone on, and this parliament repeated that process when it came to the business of vending on no less than 30 occasions, using the power of the parliament to pass legislation to crush the economic impulse of the people of Barbados who were black. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, if a country has that record, should it not be that that same country, forged as we are in a crucible of discrimination, be able to evolve to the point where we demonstrate to the world that it is within the power of humanity to rise above those things and to lead the world out of the disgraceful practice of discrimination? I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that that must be our duty and it is our destiny. But I go further, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to respectfully suggest to you that you do not get to cherry pick the type of discrimination that you raise your voice in protest against. Either you are for discrimination or you are not for discrimination. There's no halfway house on that journey. If it is wrong to discriminate against people on the basis of the color of their skin, then, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is equally wrong to discriminate against people on the basis of the class that they occupy in the socio-economic strata of the society. It is equally wrong, Mr. Speaker, sir, to discriminate against people on the basis of their sexual orientation, on the basis of their gender, on the basis of anything else that you can choose. And those words that I just uttered, I uttered to a meeting of international travel agents held here in Barbados in, I believe it was July or August of 2019. And the Virgin Atlantic indicated to the world that I was the only tourism minister in the Caribbean who was prepared to stand up and say that with respect to opening borders for all for the purposes of travel. That same sentence that set of sentences I just gave to you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The principle of inclusivity and the universality of the application of inclusivity. We do not get to cherry pick how we discriminate, where we discriminate, when we discriminate, or who we discriminate against. Either we're standing for it or we're not standing for it. And that, sir, I believe has been what has characterized the fight against discrimination around the world. And it is apt and fit and proper that a country like Barbados, which was the prototype for one of the most severe forms of discrimination, sir, historically scarred, emotionally scarred, financially scarred, generationally scarred, should be now able to evolve to the point where we stand out as a leading light in the world in the fight against discrimination. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, one need not go much further than that. But I want to say to this House that this business that apparently ties people up in knots, and I frankly say, sir, humbugs me and disappoints me deeply. Because and I'm going to say it frankly here, because I've said it on the floor before. This is not the first time the Leader of the Opposition went down that road. And there was a time when I had to say to him, and see records of this House, so I will say it again. Any mother who loves her child, any father who loves his child, may feel a sense of disappointment if that child did not do the things that you would have wanted and dreamed for that child to do. But you cannot stop loving that child if you are seriously and dedicatedly a parent. You can't stop loving that child because that child has chosen a part of life that is something that you would not have wanted for him or her. It is not something, sir, that is an unpardonable, an atrocity. People fall in love with who they feel an affinity for. The Honourable Member for St. Peter made the point. And the former President of the United States, Mr. Barack Obama, argued it quite coherently. We have to evolve. Societies must evolve. We cannot believe that in 2021 we can treat to issues in the same way as we treated to them in 1821, Mr. Speaker, sir. Societies must evolve. And the fact of the matter is, we have to accept that sexual orientation is a pattern of romantic attraction to persons of the opposite sex or the opposite gender, of same sex or same gender, or to both sexes or more than one gender, or even, sir, a pattern of asexuality, where you have no attraction to anybody at all. It may be a difficult thing for people to talk about. It has been convenient for us to shove this under the rug. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, therefore, the grace of God, go I, go you, go any of us. So let us confront it, as surely we must in any developing society. And, Mr. Speaker, sir, let us not be unfaithful to facts. As a little boy, I remember sitting at the breakfast table week after week, fascinated with the pictures on the boxes of cereal in front of me. Weetabix box, Kellogg's Cornflakes box, you name the cereal, Mr. Speaker, sir. Who was the face I was seeing? A man called William Bruce Jenner. That name may not ring a bell to you, sir, but I was fascinated with track and field in my youth. 1976, sir, decathlon competitor, Olympic gold medalist. 1975, sir, decathlon competitor, gold medalist. A winner of 3 world records in the decathlon, arguably the most arduous track and field event that is in the whole theater of track and field activity. The world's greatest athlete, so-called, Mr. Speaker. Today, his name is Caitlyn Jenner. His name is Caitlyn Jenner. He does not identify as a him, he identifies as a transgender woman. He has been, or she has been, medically diagnosed. She has been a leader in this discussion. The whole world looked up to this superstar athlete. Once a male identified as a male, that everybody who was young and aspiring in athletics wanted to be like. Today, sir, a transgender woman, and has been diagnosed as having what you call gender dysphoria, a mismatch between gender identification, that is your personal sense of what your gender is, and how your mind is oriented in terms of attraction and who you are attracted to. Gender dysphoria, a mismatch between a personal sense of identification of what your gender is and the sex assigned to you at birth, Mr. Speaker. A medical disorder, or treated as a disorder, like depression is treated, like, Mr. Speaker, sir, anxiety is treated. It is a reality that people are born with, that they live with, that they have to struggle in his case, in a man's body, while always wanting to be a woman. And equally, there are women who are locked in a woman's body, but they always wanted to be a man. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, so if we are going to study what is unfolding before us in the world, there is a non-binary gender concept, where you are neither comfortable, you're comfortable neither with either being the male or being the female. But it is your right to want to identify your gender. And it is your right, Mr. Speaker, sir, which you did from a little boy, to be able to identify your gender and feel comfortable with it. And it is my right to be able to identify my gender and be able to be comfortable with it, as it is every other human being's right to be able to take that position with respect to their gender. Because it is your gender and your gender alone, shared with nobody else on planet Earth. So who met you, Mr. Speaker, sir, to stand in a position of condemnation about the position that I take with respect to my body and my gender, my preferences, my likes and my dislikes? Who make you? This is not a difficult thing. We have made much of these things, sir, because collectively in this country, we like to mamagai ourselves. That is not an English word. We like to fool ourselves, sir, that we are holier than thou and better than. And you know, I am very direct about these things, sir, because I don't think, quite frankly, that we do ourselves anything other than a disservice intellectually as a society. And when I hear it come in, sir, from the religious quarters, I ask myself, show me the pastor or the priest on Sunday morning who says, I am taking nothing from your collection plate because of your whatever. No discrimination applies then. No discrimination has ever applied at that point, Mr. Speaker, sir. So, I am very real. But even beyond that, very practical social observation, there is one final observation that guides me because I am a professional. And in all things I do, I will always be a professional trained in law. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, what is the law? We are part of a jurisdiction under the Caribbean Court of Justice. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the Caribbean Court of Justice has made a ruling with respect to a case of 3 men in Jamaica. One named Angel Clark, another named Quincy McEwen, and the other one called Peaches Fraser. 3 men in Guyana, sir. 3 men dressed up as though they were women. And an ancient piece of legislation in Guyana said that it is immoral for a man to dress as though he is a woman. And you can't dress that way for immoral purposes. Fine. Queen Victoria would have been very proud of that. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, the fact of the matter is that if a man chooses to put on a pair of high-heel shoes or put on a dress or whatever, well, you may have your personal views about it, sir. Well, I may have my personal view about it. There is nothing that the law should do to deprive that person of his freedom of expression. Because that is exactly what it is. It is your freedom of expression. I dress as I feel like. And if you didn't have that freedom of expression, Mr. Speaker, sir, there will be people who will say to you, sir, that you cannot come and sit down in the Speaker's chair in Parliament because you have dreadlocks. There will be people who would have told the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South East that she could not have entered the Parliament of Barbados when she was wearing dreadlocks, sir. There will be people, Mr. Speaker, sir, who would have said to us that you could not come in here because your skin was too black. Mr. Speaker, sir, and it will go on and on and on and on. And either we evolve as a society or we do not. But what we never have a chance to do is to cherry pick the discrimination we are going to apply. We never have the luxury of saying, I can discriminate against you because your hair look a certain way, but I ain't going to discriminate against you because you're wearing a certain pair of shoes that I like. And so therefore, sir, the Caribbean Court of Justice, particularly Justice Saunders, and I researched it, I can share it with you, sir. Justice Saunders says that the law and society are dynamic. If one part of the Constitution appears to collide with an individual's fundamental right, example, the freedom of expression, then in interpreting the Constitution, the court should place a premium on affording the citizen, the individual citizen, his or her enjoyment of that fundamental right. Justice Witt and Justice Barrow both held that the law that discriminated against transgender and gender non-conforming persons and sought to criminalize their expression of their gender and their gender identity should not continue to stand. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that Court of Justice ruling, whether we like it or not, will bind Barbados. Whether we like it or not, so not will bind, has bound Barbados. Has bound. And Mr. Speaker, sir, whether we like it or not, the Honourable Minister for Labour, Member of Parliament for St. Peter, has brought a piece of legislation to this Parliament, which this Parliament has passed in this term, the anti-discrimination law, which also speaks in the same vein. So what is this about? What is this about, Mr. Speaker, sir? This is a closed matter. This is a matter now only about tolerance. And if it is one thing that Barbados has distinguished itself about through the years, is that we are a tolerant society. It is that tolerance of other religions that allows us to have such quiet enjoyment and harmonious coexistence, sir, which we will demonstrate to the world on Sunday morning at 10 o'clock when that relevant national service takes place. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is something that we have always been proud about. I do not understand this midsummer's madness that is taking place, where all of a sudden those things that held us up to the world as being worthy, laudable, things that were outstanding and are still outstanding, things that cannot be found in other war-torn and strife-ridden societies that are marked and characterized only by internal conflict. Mr. Speaker, sir, these things were not Barbados. And I sit in a parliament today and hear, in perhaps the last speech made in his capacity as leader of Her Majesty's opposition, a Barbadian-born man say, sir, that we should not be leading the world when it comes to a fight against discrimination. But if we don't lead the fight, when that has been all that we have ever fought against here, that is all we ever fought against here. We laud Errol Walton Barra. Why do we laud him, sir? They say free education. Well, why was that a big deal? Because working class people, children, were discriminated against and couldn't get education in Barbados. They talk, sir, about they laud him for his contribution to health care. Well, why was it a big deal? Because working class people, children, and working class people as a whole were discriminated against, Mr. Speaker, sir. All of these social interventions that right-sided this society were about equality of treatment, all of them. Why was it that the plantation man could pay himself when he went on vacation, but the laborer in the field could not get holiday with pay? Discrimination, Mr. Speaker, sir. You could go on and on and on. But that was Grant Lee. That was not. That was the other national hero. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, this has been our journey to undo the injustices of history. We came here with a vending bill. Why do we come here with a vending bill? We come here to stop the discrimination against people who are vendors in Barbados when it is the only occupation in this country that is penalized by criminal penalty. The only one. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't want to belabor the point any further. I only wanted to intervene because I genuinely feel that it is a tragedy. It is my judgment that it is a tragedy that this otherwise useful and purposive charter, this instrument and symbol of national development and achievement, should be derailed by artificially created, empty, divisive, and discohesive efforts at finding an issue. There are a lot of things out there that we can make serious issue out of. Let us use our intellectual ability to do that. But let us not play games with what is an important part of our destiny. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't be long, but I'm honored to join this debate. I'm honored because this charter that we're discussing this afternoon is important. It's important because it is an agreement that we are seeking to make as Barbadians together about who we want to become, what kind of society we want to build, what sort of people we want to be. I've heard today that the term, the charter, has sought to been repackaged to make it sound as though it is a law or will become a law or will become the Constitution. I just want to put in context what the charter is in relation to the Constitution. I've been a management consultant for many years, and one of the things we do in terms of helping companies to grow and develop is to help them develop a customer charter, to bring the team together and discuss what is it we want customers to experience when they come into our space. What is it that we want people to experience or feel when they engage us as a company? What's the brand that we want to develop? And we would write that charter, and we would put that charter on the wall to remind us that we want to work towards certain things as a company. But it does not have the force of law. A contract, an agreement, a service contract, a promise to deliver something is a separate document, Mr. Speaker. And that document, everything that you write down, you had better be able to deliver and deliver well. Because should you fail, you can be taken before a court of law for a breach of contract. That's the difference between a customer charter and a contract for service and agreement. And it's the same difference between the charter and the Constitution of Barbados. And that charter is inviting us to develop and grow as Barbadians. And why is this necessary? I've been a Christian since I was age 10. And it's been a long journey walking with God. It's been difficult because I'm not like him. I have to grow. I have to learn. And it's amazing how in my early years, the things we were taught as being right and good. And as I develop and look back, I realize how wrong we were. I came from a time, Mr. Speaker, when a young girl gets pregnant. She's put out of the church. She's put out of school. She and her child are scorned. And those of us who named the name of Christ felt that this was appropriate, thinking that we were defending righteousness by being unkind, ungracious, and unloving to those whom we felt did not meet the high standard. And that was so unlike God. There are two verses that are really hard for us as Christians to deal with. Took me a long time. Not quite there yet, but at least I understand what is being asked of me. And one is, the rain falls on the evil and the good, and the sun shines on the just and the unjust. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker, it is one of the hardest things for us to step back and to be able not to discriminate against persons who are not like us. Because we've trained ourselves that when people are not like us, they do not deserve to be treated the way we would want to be treated. So it's very easy to forget in that moment the verse that says, do unto others as you would have done unto you. We feel we can legitimize our negative treatment of each other when we are able to identify and label the difference between us, our orientation, our thinking, our conduct, and the other person. And it took some time for me to learn that that was not love of my fellow man, and it was not love for God or of God. That all I was trying to do was to protect my spot in heaven by demonstrating at all times. I hope you can see that I am seeking to be as good as I can and distance myself from evil because I was afraid of evil. And so it took a long time to learn that God does not discriminate. And God is not uncertain about his capacity to reach any human being, regardless of what decision he's made. And that you can afford to love and care for others without necessarily agreeing with what they've chosen to do or not do, but to be assured within yourself of what you believe and what you know to be true, and to continue to live to that truth, and that you can trust God with other people. Why is it necessary to get rid of it? Well, it took time for our society to come to a place where it began to recognize that it wasn't right. And it's only today that we don't have situations where we treat unwed mothers in that way. But that has taken time. But you know what lingers behind? The same attitude that says, if you are not like me, you are not to be accorded the same treatment. And it manifests itself in a number of ways, Mr. Speaker. One of the ways that disturbs me very much is where someone may offend us, or where someone might have hurt our feelings or our ego, and when we have the opportunity to deny them something that they have the right to, we take the opportunity to so do, so as to assuage our emotions. Think of how devastating that is in a classroom, where if a child has been rude to a teacher feels that they have the right not to teach that child. Think of that when you have been rude to a police officer, and when you need help, they do not come. Or you approach the justice bench, and your family had a noise with the family of the magistrate on the bench, and the opportunity is taken to deny you justice. That is one of the reasons why the Bible says, do not render evil for evil. Because if we render evil for evil, you cannot build a just society in which people have a certainty about their rights and a sense of security and a sense of safety. And so it's for this reason that to avoid the practice of discrimination is important for a well-adjusted society. The second verse that is often difficult because we don't really understand it. It just sounds sweet, but we don't really understand it. And it is that love conquers all things. Just sounds like sweet words. Sounds like sweet words. And today, when my honorable friend, St. James Central, spoke about a parent confronted with a child who's made a choice that they do not like, the only thing that will keep that family together is if love is able to conquer all things. So if we're going to have cohesion in our society, this is a verse that has to become a lived experience for us. This is the test of our Christianity. And before I go on, I want to thank the honorable member for St. Peter, who so eloquently shared and spoke about the freedom of choice that God gives all of us and that we should give each other. And that while we don't agree with the choice, we do not discriminate. I want to applaud him for that because it could not have been better said. Mr. Speaker, the last thing I want to touch on is the issue of creator. The Honourable Opposition Leader, Mr. Speaker, for St. Michael West, the Honourable Member for St. Michael West, is my friend. And he is a fellow Christian. I would never question that. He wants to serve God and to serve God well. And I honor that. But I was truly shocked at the argument about referring to God as creator as being lesser than referring to him as God. And I know he was sincere about it. But I just want to say, for those who may have been confused by that argument, the Honourable Member for St. James Central quoted the verses of John and quoted the verses of Colossians 1:16. I want to add that the only reason that he is God is because he's creator. Without being creator, he could not be God. Without being creator, he could not be supreme. His essential essence and his essential being is that of creator. And it is on that basis that he stands as God before us, and as he puts it, above all other gods. Because you can make a god of anything, but there's only one true God, the creator. And when I looked at the Merriam-Webster dictionary, I thought to myself, let me just look and see what they say about God and what they say about creator. And about creator, it says, is a person who establishes a whole new field of endeavor. The synonyms are author, begetter, establisher, father, founder, generator, inaugurator, etc. But when it speaks about creator with the capital C, the Lord of all creation, the ruler of the universe, these are the synonyms for creator: Allah, Almighty, author, deity, divinity, eternal, everlasting Father, God, Godhead, Jehovah, King, Lord, Maker, Providence, Supreme Being, and Yahweh. That all of that is captured by the term Creator, the one whom we serve. And one of the things that I have learned in my life as a believer is that I can trust God with all people, and I can trust God with all things. And that each country, each individual, each group, each institution walks with the light that they have, walks with the understanding that they have. Some may be right and some may be wrong, but we're all on a journey of discovery. And in relation to the Charter of Barbados, this is an invitation for us to continue to walk and to continue to discover, but in so doing, that we create a space in which all people are created equal, treated equally, and given the opportunity to choose. And to have that choice respected, even if it is not agreed upon. The last thing I will share before I sit, Mr. Speaker, is to look at what is my role then as a believer. One of the things that I have learned, and many a mother and many a wife has learned, that nagging never brings change to anyone.
Say that again, say that again.
Yes, I want all women to hear it, ladies. It doesn't work. You can't nag somebody into the kingdom. You can't mistreat them into the kingdom. And you can't discriminate against them into the kingdom. The only thing that brings people to a new understanding is influence. And influence only happens when there's relationship. And relationship is only possible when you love. If you ever watch two friends together, you see somebody with a new friend, in no time at all, they take on each other's mannerisms, ways of speaking, and so on. Why? Because the gateway of influence is open, because love and trust and friendship is there. This is how love conquers all things. But we've not been willing to do it because we've been afraid of getting our skirts dirty by being close to people who are different from us. But I believe that as we learn to lay down our fears, and as we learn to grow in our love and reach out to people, and people feel that genuine love, then there's an openness for dialogue, and there's an openness for influence. I want to encourage Barbadians to do this, Mr. Speaker. Building a society is a serious matter. And as was said by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you want to be involved in the building of your society. That means you must engage. In this season coming forward, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage every Barbadian, when we're having town halls, please attend. Go online. Have your say. Speak up. Get in there and exchange information and views. Be a part of the Barbados that is being crafted. Because there's a new Barbados that is needed for the world in which we have to operate, 2021. And there are going to be many things that we have to deal with as a nation that will require all of us to work together to build what Barbados must become in the future. And we all have a responsibility to so do. We have a responsibility to the next generation to leave this country better, stronger, and more prosperous by engaging. And many a country has lost the input of all of their population because of discrimination. It lost a lot of the input that women could have brought to the world. The world would be a far better place sooner rather than later if women had not been oppressed. We lost a great deal because of that. And I'm praying that in the future, we will not lose any more of the potential and the ability of our people because we shut doors on their fingers because they're not like us. I want the doors to be open, and I want everyone to have the freedom to pursue their lives, to pursue the development of their potential, and therefore contribute to this society that we are seeking to build. And I am praying every day to the same Creator, the same God, that God may bless us in our endeavors, and that this nation will go on from strength to strength as we walk this road to a new Barbados. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to enter the debate formally on the Charter of Barbados. I was afraid of something, sir, over the last couple of days, and I was afraid that the entire thought process, the work done, the impact, the import, the legacy that we're creating here was actually going to be hijacked on the altar of a few narrow points. And sadly, in many respects, that's exactly what happened. I spoke to somebody yesterday who was coming down hard on the Charter, and it's the same 2 points. The first point was in reference to the fact that we're taking God out of Barbadian life. And the perception, no, this is what they said, right? They stated it as a fact. And they stated as another fact that we were trying to lead Barbados down the path of moral decay. And they were hammering these points home. And I said to them, have you read the document? Do you know what else is there? And they haven't. The bulk of the people, sir, have not even read and are not even aware of what is in here. Not that they didn't have a chance. Because when this document was being formulated, the government of Barbados took a position. We want to have a charter for Barbados that is not politically drafted, is not politically influenced. We want it to have the widest possible consultation. We want it to have the widest possible representation, so that at the end of the day, the document that comes out is a document of the people, by the people, and for the people, and is entirely reflective of what the people want to say on their own behalf. The committee was appointed to deal with this, and it was a wide committee reflective, sir, of perhaps the widest possible cross-section of persons, and they set about their work. The Cabinet of Barbados, of which I'm a part, at no point attempted to interfere in, oversee, or influence the finished result. When we saw the document for the first time was after the committee had finished all of their consultations, and then they drafted a document that was sent to Cabinet, because it must necessarily come to Cabinet before coming to Parliament. That was the first time that we saw it. So what the bulk of what is in this document was the document that was drafted by non-political Barbadians representing the widest possible cross-section to create a document that says this is how we as Barbadians intend to treat with each other going forward in perpetuity, and this is how we intend to treat with the state. So I want that to be clear. The other thing, sir, is that the consultations were not held in secret, and perhaps it was a good thing that we have COVID, because the consultations necessarily had, for the most part, to be virtual. They had closed-door consultations, then they had wide public consultations that were televised, so the time was granted for it that anybody in Barbados who wanted to watch could watch it. Anybody in Barbados who wanted to log in and comment could log in. And there was not one or two. There were in the teens, like 15 or 16 consultations. If you missed the first one, you knew the next one's coming out. Each consultation was preceded by advertisements in the newspaper. Every possible avenue for the promotion of these consultations was had and effected. There was never a wider invitation in Barbados to consult on anything than there was to consult on this charter. A lot of people did not attend. A lot of people did not share. A lot of people did not weigh in. But after the document had been drafted and pretty much finalized is when the comments started to come out that we can't believe this was done and we can't believe that was done. But we as Barbadians, sir, we are the chief people. The Prime Minister made this point that people always say, you know, I can't believe they didn't nominate Colin Jordan as Man of the Year or for a Companion of Honor or for a Service Star or something. They nominate him. And if you ask them, did you? You know Colin Jordan. You know what he's worth. You know what he did. Did you put him forward? No, that ain't for me to do. That ain't for me to do. In a lot of instances, we don't want to get involved in the process, but we want to stand on the side and criticize the process when it's completed. And sir, and I have a difficulty with that. The one thing that did happen, sir, when the document was eventually sent to us, the decision was made to insert some paragraphs and some points. Like, the point had to be made that we need to enhance South-South relations and things dealing with our international relations. So certain key points of the government were inserted at that point in time, but nothing was taken out. So whatever the committee recommended as between citizen and citizen and the government stayed. The only points that were added in by the government were points effectively dealing with our relationships with those outside. And one critical point, the one that was added in by the government, sir, was one that in here that said that we need to love and respect each other, and we owe a duty of care to our neighbors, because the society of Barbados must be founded on love and respect. Sir, for those who did not have a chance to hear it before, and for those who might not in the course of the debates, because we've been focusing on a few narrow issues, it is perhaps instructive if we point to some of the terms in here that people don't even know exist. Under Article 2, respect. We commit to resolve our conflicts in a spirit of tolerance, respect, and acceptance of the diversity found among persons and within institutions. We pledge to forge a more humane and inclusive society based on the principles of love and respect for our fellow man, and understanding that our differences contribute to making us who we are. This is powerful stuff in here, sir. We shall seek to strengthen ties between Barbadians of all ages in order to enshrine the dignity of and respect for one another, understanding who children are and the critical role they have in our present and our future. We shall prioritize, protect, guide, nurture, heal, and love all our children, confident that raising them with such care will provide them with an example of how to raise their own children. These are the objectives. This is the vision, the ideal as to how we see us interacting with each other, interacting with our children, interacting with all elements of our society. And it actually doesn't stop there, sir. We dealt with the environment. Sir, under equitable development, we pledge to ensure that our successive elective governments remain mindful that the Barbadian definition of growth and progress must always be people-centered. This is powerful. We pledge to make the best use of opportunities for our further education, both formal and informal. We shall encourage industry, a spirit of innovation, entrepreneurial endeavor, sporting excellence, artistic creativity, media literacy, critical thinking, responsible use of technology, pluralism, being able to speak more than one language, sir, that word gives me trouble, and the development of a culture of lifelong learning within our society. We commit to taking pride in all that we do. Sir, when we got to democracy, under democracy, we champion in our nation and across the world democratic freedoms, human rights, the rule of law, and the peaceful resolution of all conflicts. We shall promote the right of access to information and the right to freedom of communication and expression, provided always that there is a protection of a citizen's personal data and that all social or other media should be respectful of the rights and reputation of citizens. This is codifying who we... I cannot see anything that I've read so far, and I'm just pulling points out, that is at conflict or does not converge with actually who we are as Barbadians. The bulk of people, right-thinking people in Barbados, will have no problem with anything I've read so far, sir. And I continue. Environment, sustainable development, and resilience. So it's not just us. How do we interact with our environment? What is Barbados? What is the physical Barbados? What is the future of physical Barbados? What is our marine space? It was as wide as all of that, sir. We acknowledge the climate crisis and our duty to be world leaders in the promotion of and agitation for global recognition of this clear and present danger to our lives and livelihood. We pledge to adopt innovative policies and programs to adapt and mitigate against our inherently vulnerable circumstances, to build resilience and to ensure our survival as a people and a country. There can be no argument with that either. Sir, you get my point. The document is worth reading. This is perhaps the most inclusive contemplation of what the ideal Barbados is that we've ever put pen to paper to do. I don't think we've done it before. We've had manifestos, we had the Covenant of Hope, but this is actually now, let's say this is a social contract. And by a social contract, we keep saying it's non-justiciable. And the average person may not understand what non-justiciable actually really means. I can shake your hand. I can say, Mr. Speaker, let us agree that today's session be conducted with civility, and let us not drop the low blows. And we can shake hands on it. You understand what I've said. I understand what you've said, and we have agreed between us as men. But can I then sue you on that? if you take it to where it doesn't need to go. I can't. But there's honor. And many agreements were sealed with honor. My word is my bond. You don't need to threaten to sue me because I'll do the right thing when that time comes. And my point simply is this, sir. There are commitments that we've made in here to protect our environment. There are commitments we've made in here to have exercise a duty of care towards others, to be considerate of others. There are commitments we've made in here to provide opportunities for our children. There are commitments we've made in here to encourage participation in the political landscape in Barbados, in education, in sporting excellence. There are commitments that we've made in here to create superlatives that people can aspire to. These are things we say we want in the ideal Barbados. These are things we say that we want to define us. These are things we say that we will wear as a badge of honor. That anybody looking at us will say, well, you know what? They did excellently. But that's what's to be expected. They're Bajans. That spirit of excellence, that spirit of entrepreneurship, that spirit of love and respect. And the word respect occurs in here over and over. The word love occurs a number of times. And the phrase duty of care or duty to care comes up quite often because those are the linchpins of an inclusive society. I am not ashamed in any respect of this document. Sir, I'll tell you, when the document initially came to us, I was one who said, why don't we actually have the word God there? I raised it. I said it. The explanation was given to me, and I thought about it on reflection. That is my own personal bias. I wanted to see it there because I'm a Christian. I was raised as a Christian. I try to practice my faith as best I can. I believe in the one true God. So I wanted to see that manifested there. But my narrow thought at that point in time did not contemplate that my good friend who's a Jehovah's Witness, who always refers to her God as Jehovah, and when I say God, she will subtly correct me that it's Jehovah. My narrow contemplation did not embrace the fact that one of my colleagues recently married into the Muslim community and that they don't say God or Jesus, they say Allah. My narrow contemplation did not factor that they're Hindus as well in Barbados. And the reality, sir, my narrow contemplation wanted to see the word God because that's the word I was familiar with. But if we strip it away, everybody believes in a creator. Everybody who believes in God believes in a creation element. That there was some one body, whether it's a cohesive body of Christian faith, which is the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, or whether it's one supreme God and you don't necessarily believe in Jesus. Everybody who believes in God believes that God created. So that is the one word of universal application that brings everybody on the same page immediately and takes away any rancor. How can I argue with that? So I suspended my position and said that makes entire sense. But then I did my digging. Sir, the most common prayer, we are taught us to pray in a certain way. Right? Our Father who art in heaven. Run through that whole prayer in your mind, sir. I don't want to use up my time actually saying it. Nowhere in the Lord's Prayer is the word God. We start with our Father. We call him our Father. Sir, Psalm 23. The two most commonly recited things to bolster us, to reaffirm our faith, to give us courage in times of adversity, sir, are the Lord's Prayer and the 23rd Psalm. The 23rd Psalm does not mention God. But none of us have a problem with it. We say the Lord's Prayer all the time. And we pat ourselves on our back because that is how we were taught to pray. Now, for those who are objecting to this because it does not mention God, I ask you now to think. Have I diminished the Lord's Prayer for you? Have I diminished the application of the 23rd Psalm as a point of inspiration? No, I have not. But we all understand what they were there for. So I am satisfied, sir, that this does not lead us away from God. I actually feel even better that this is now open and embraced everybody else who believes in a God and brought us all onto the same page as the application of this for the future moral sustainability of Barbados and as a guide as to how we should deal with one another. Sir, then we got to the issue of tolerance and sexual orientation. Now, let me start by saying, for a document that is drafted as widely as this, to include and encompass all, then it can't be tolerant of discrimination. Sir, anti-discrimination laws are made to protect the minority, necessarily so. The majority do not need the protection because they start by having the force of numbers, the sheer weight of numbers to do and impose their will in what it is that they do. So we have to protect the minority. If it's a minority of one, we have to protect that minority. Sir, the actual bill, the Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act, the Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act 2020 cites among the things that should not be discriminated against the exact same category of sexual orientation. Now, I wonder where the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was when this was being passed. Maybe it was not convenient at that time to address it because there was no political purchase in it. But it is there already in our laws. Sir, a point was made. We know the usum generis principle in law, right? A point was made that when we started, we should have simply said, we wish to protect and preserve the rights of all persons and respect their rights, and left it right there. And that might be my position as a pure drafting position. But then I go, every time you mention protection against discrimination, people throw race in there because historically persons were persecuted on the basis of their race. So there's no need, once you are speaking about non-discrimination, to actually specifically mention race, but we mention it every time to reinforce the position. We in Barbados don't really discriminate against, well, the Honourable Member for St. Peter may choose to differ, but the discrimination on the basis of religion or creed is not as common now as it once was when the Church of England was the dominant church in Barbados. But some may say there's no reason to mention it now, but we still every single time mention religion as a basis for not discriminating. The Rastafarian community, they're a minority. People don't hold to what a lot of people don't even understand them. They don't understand that their belief structure is similar to ours with one particular point of deviation. They believe that Christ came again, and he came in the form of Emperor Haile Selassie. Should they be discriminated against because we don't believe in that one part that they went a little further with? What makes their view or value any different to mine? They still do believe in the Creator. And the basic tenets of their religion speak to the exact same tenets of ours because they hold to the Old Testament and they hold to the New Testament. So the point simply, as the Honourable Member for St. James Central said, you can't cherry pick what you choose to discriminate against or who you choose to protect from discrimination. I believe our law should protect everyone from discrimination. Everybody has the same right to exist in this society in Barbados as I do, whether or not I hold fast to your belief. Another very interesting thing happened, sir. In my conversations yesterday, I've had very, very wide conversations on this recently. In my conversations recently, someone was lambasting the persons who are objecting now, the devout Christians, let's call them that for the purpose of just of creating a category, which of itself is discriminatory, right? But persons were lambasting those who were saying that we should not remove reference to God. We can't remove something that was never there because the document didn't exist, but that we should put God in. And They were calling them crazy. They were calling them Bible thumpers. They were calling them zealots. And I stepped in to defend them. And I defended on the basis that, okay, their view need not be yours until such time as their view collides with yours and infringes your right. Then they have a right to hold that view as well. You don't have to agree with it. But they have the right to take the position that they've taken. And I could not believe that I was taking that point in defense, because I then turned around and defended on the other side. Somebody who has difficulties with the labels put on them. And we got an education, sir, from some doctors. We got an education from other persons. I did not even know what the I in LGBTQI was. And I discovered it was intersex. I did not know what that was. But then in reading, they're medically recognized conditions, sir. If I am born with indeterminate genitalia, if I have male or female characteristics, I can't be a male and a female. I have to choose something, and if I happen to have breasts and a male genitalia, at some point I have to choose which bathroom I'm walking into. At some point, my body and my mind is going to tell me I identify more as one than the next. Do you have a right to discriminate against me for my choice? And this is not perversion. This is practical reality. At some point in time, every single person has to make choices for themselves. Do I turn left? Do I turn right? Do I become a Seventh-day Adventist? Do I become an Anglican? Do I choose to not believe in God? And in some instances, I am born a man. I am not confused as to why I am. I never had to make a choice. Everything about me lines up with what it is that I believe in, or I believe myself to be. But for those persons who it is not so simple for, at some point in time, they have to make a choice. And what they choose to identify of, do we, who are not in their shoes, have a right to discriminate against them or choose for them? And the point I'm making, sir, is I initially started with certain prejudices, but because it was necessary for me, I believe, sir, in understanding both sides. I am not going to come into an argument and pick a side without understanding the other side. And I will research for myself. I'll also listen to people. I believe, sir, that we have to understand what we're talking about and provide the widest possible ambit. The other thing I'm going to say, if we are Christians, if we profess to be Christians or God-fearing people, or people who do the right thing, do we have a right to close anybody out of anything? Why I say this, sir? Years ago, I made the mistake. I used to practice a lot, so I do a lot of domestic violence cases. And I took it upon myself because I thought the government was moving too slowly. I took it upon myself to draft a domestic violence protection order piece of legislation. And I laid it at the annual conference of the Barbados Labour Party. And the press spoke to me, and they said, I'm going to make it available to the other government, and they can use it, because this is not about politics for me. If another woman got killed or injured or hurt, and I had done nothing, my conscience would prick me forever. So I said, I'm clearing my conscience. I believe I can improve on what is there. So I drafted it. And a reporter came and asked me after, but what is the difference? I see you made it gender neutral, but what does that have? I was young in politics, sir. And I explained, well, in its gender neutral state, it affords protection to anybody in any relationship. And she said to me, like, even same-sex relationships? I say, even same-sex relationships, we have to take the victim where we find them. Sir, that was perhaps the political statement I made that attracted the most attention in the wrong way. Persons wanted me to be pulled from being a candidate. Persons wanted me to apologize for saying it. Understand, I said I was drafting a law that protected everybody, that nobody found themselves in a position where they could not get the protection of the law. I backed away from it, sir. At that point in time, I passed it on to the other side. I circulated it widely, and when they eventually drafted their legislation, before I get there, I was castigated by the last government. Attacked in the worst possible way by somebody who professes to be a doctor of theology. Attacked in the worst possible way. And you know that when they eventually drafted their legislation, they pretty much took whole scale what I had drafted and came into a parliament where I happened to be a senator, came into a parliament, and I heard everybody heralding this as the most progressive piece of legislation because it was now opportune and political to do so. Which is why I don't take myself too seriously, sir. And I don't take a lot of these things too seriously. I believe that the Christian community has the right to hold its position. I also believe that whoever else is fighting for their rights and their right to choose have the right to hold their position as well. The other point I wish to make, sir, when I want to convince somebody of something, you know it as well, sir, you're a lawyer, and our stock in trade is being able to convince persons. You speak to a jury, you try to swing 9 people to your way of thinking. When I want to convince somebody, and I'm married, sir, so you know, when you're married, you know that sometimes you got to convince. When I want to convince somebody, I go all out to do it. I know what I have in mind, and I will phrase my arguments to suit. I keep in my mind what it is, the objective I'm trying to achieve, and I go all out to get it. So, it is not my job as a legislator. It is not our jobs as the government to do the work of the church. And I don't mean this in a bad way. It is not our job to convince people of the rightness or wrongness of something in relation to sexual orientation. But it is our job to provide the framework that the church is free to speak about it and to convince as many people as they want without them being discriminated against. So it is for us to create the framework for all who wish to be heard, and to create the framework and the environment that anybody can try to convince somebody else without it coming back to bite them. That is what we're doing. That is what we're doing in this charter. Everybody has the same rights. Nobody's rights are more than the others. So, sir, as I said, I did a lot of research over the last couple of days. And for all of those who wish to do a narrow construction of the Bible, slavery was justified on the basis of the Bible. Ham and his descendants were cursed for their blackness. So black people are supposed to be inferior. Right? The other thing as well, sir, in the Bible, Ephesians 5:22, wives, submit to your husbands as unto the Lord. As the church is subject unto...
Honourable member, don't listen to their size. Continue, honourable member, don't listen to their size.
Sir, allow me to help the AG, sir. Because the Interpretation Act of Barbados says the masculine includes the feminine includes the masculine. So somebody may wish to switch us wrong at him and say, husband, subject yourself to your wife. But Ephesians 5:22, wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands as unto the Lord. As the church is subject unto Christ, so let wives be to their husbands in everything. That was used as the justification as why a man could not rape his wife. Why a woman could not say no to having sex with her husband. I urge us to be very careful in how we pick and choose what parts of the Bible we wish to apply to prove our point, because over the years we have chosen to exclude some of them because they actually did not apply to our current situation. Now, I go again because I don't want it to be any doubt. I am a Christian. I am a proud Christian. I was raised as a Christian. But imagine if I, the same Wilfred Abrams, happened to have been born into a Muslim household and was raised as a Muslim, should I then be discriminated against for my belief when I am actually the same person and just a subject or a creation of my environment? So in wrapping up, sir, we have a construct in the law that says including but not limited to. So the actual section of the charter, sir, well, the section of the charter said we respect the rights of all, including. If they wanted to make it cumbersome, they could have listed everything, including but not limited to, and listed everything. But the point is, why do we want to take out categories of persons mentioned in the charter if the aim is to protect everybody? If it were possible, sir, we should list all marginalized groups. We should list all discriminated against persons, sir. But we can't. So we pick the ones that we readily identify with, that are literally on the fringe. The ones most in need of our protection, not necessarily because we believe in what it is that they believe in, but that we believe that their rights have to be protected, and we as a government have to protect the rights of all, including those most vulnerable. And those who are the most vulnerable, quite often, sir, are the most vulnerable because they're in the smaller numbers and they cannot protect themselves. Sir? I am proud to be associated with this charter. I am proud to be associated with it because we didn't draft it, and it literally represents the will of the people. It literally represents a non-political, non-everything. And by being non-everything, it is also inclusive of everything. This is the work of persons we entrusted to do it after the widest possible consultation on anything. Over 30,000 people weighed in on this, attended, and were able to participate. And those are the ones who chose to participate because all 300,000 in Barbados had the opportunity to. Let us let the document stand as a document of the people. Let us concentrate on what we want to achieve as a country going forward. Let us understand that we are all different, and sometimes it's those differences that actually make us stronger. Let us not be so concerned with preserving the status quo that we set ourselves backward because we can't think of what Barbados is going to look like in the next 10 to 15 years. And the last thing, very last thing, for all those who are concerned, this document, as I said, is a social contract. It does not have the force of law. It is a guide to our behaviors. There will be even more consultation in relation to the Constitution. We have said already it's going to be a year-long consultation. For all who are concerned and want their views represented and heard, then I urge you to participate in that. If you choose to not participate and not put your view forward and not represent yourself, then don't come afterwards saying coulda, shoulda, woulda. Sir, I'm pleased to be associated with this document, and I believe that this represents the way forward for Barbados, and I support this resolution in its entirety. I thank you.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the sitting until 6:45 p.m.
The question that this Honourable Chamber will be suspended until 6:45 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This Honourable Chamber stands suspended until 6:45 p.m.